Announcing the arrival of Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abu Kassim, Director General of the National Centre for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, and Mr. Salem Al Harmi, an officer at the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre, Doha. You may all be seated. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abu Kassim, Director General of the National Centre for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Muhammad Shukri bin Abdul, Director General of the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission. Mr. Salem Al Harmi, Official Representative of the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre, Doha. Dr. Eduardo Veteri, Vice President of the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. Yang Berusaha Dr. Ahmad Fazli bin Ahmad Tajuddin, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysian Institute of Integrity. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and presenters, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Malaysian Institute of Integrity, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all present today to the seminar on anti-corruption champions, sharing session with winners of the Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award 2018. We truly appreciate you finding the time from your busy schedule to join us here at the Institute for this seminar. We hope you will find the seminar to be both engaging and beneficial. Today's seminar is jointly organized by the National Centre for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, or GIACC for short, Doha's Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre, or ROLACC, the Malaysian Institute of Integrity, or Integrity, and the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, or MACC for short. Esteemed guests, let us begin today's seminar with a prayer recital. Therefore, we would like to invite Tuan Haji Hamilisham bin Harun to lead the prayer. For the non-Muslim brothers and sisters, we encourage you to pray in your own way.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Very good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. والأكيبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابه أجمعين. O Allah, thanks belong to you. You deserve all thanks. Thanks be to you for your continuous favors. All praise is due to the Almighty Allah, the creator and sustainer of the world. May the peace of mercy of Allah be upon His Prophet Mohammed, his family, companion, and followers. We seek refuge in Allah Almighty for all evil of our soul and our sinful deeds. O Allah, you have already given us of the kingdom and taught us interpretation of the narrative, originator of the heaven and the earth. You are our protector in the world and the hereafter. Ya Allah, Ya Alim, Ya Hakim, please bring us out of the darkness of doubt and favor us with the light of comprehension. O Allah, open to us the door of your mercy and unfold for us the treasure of your knowledge by your mercy. O Allah, the most merciful of the merciful ones. O Allah, make useful for us what you have taught us and teach us knowledge that will be useful to us. O Allah, make our tongues full of your remembrance and our hearts with awe of you. O Allah, you do whatever you wish and you are our ever and protector and the best of aids. Ya Allah, Ya Fatah, Ya Alim, let our hearts be filled with light and insight and understanding and knowledge. Verily, you control everything. We ask you for beneficial knowledge and good deeds and a strong memory and the perfect understanding and the sound intellect by your mercy. O the most merciful of the merciful ones. O Allah, make our gathering here blessed one, in a specific aim in intention into this seminar, Anti-Corruption Champion, whereby to discuss and share knowledge and experiences in promoting integrity and combating corruption through various approaches. Nevertheless, it's also to provide platform to exchange innovative ideas and good practices in promoting integrity and combating corruption, and also to strengthen strategy, networking, and alliances among institutions and individuals that champion integrity and good governance. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Tuan Haji, for the beautiful prayer. Now, it is with great honor that we invite Mr. Salem Al Harmi, the official representative of ROLACC, to deliver his address.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon all of you. Excellencies, winners, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you on behalf of the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Center to this seminar on anti-corruption champions held here at the Malaysian Institute of Integrity. This Friday, we celebrated the hard work and dedication shown by these individuals and organizations at the 3rd annual Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award, which was this year held at the Putrajaya International Convention Center in the beautiful city of Putrajaya, Malaysia. The life of an anti-corruption fighter can be a lonely one. By definition, the job invites danger and hardship, but is often hidden behind the scenes, away from the public eye. This award seeks to shine a light on those who fight corruption, make their successes more visible, and highlight the incredible sacrifices that each one of them have made in trying to make their communities safer, more transparent, and most importantly, more corruption-free. We are honored to have spoken to these incredible winners over the course of the last few days, to hear their stories and their motivations, and to watch them receive the recognition they deserve. Last but not least, the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Center would like to thank the Malaysian Institute of Integrity for hosting this seminar, and we hope that this event will mark the beginning of a long and successful partnership between our two organizations. We would also like to thank our winners for being here today, and we look forward to seeing your future successes, and we hope to be a part of your future fight against corruption. Terima kasih. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Salem, for your heartfelt speech. Next, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abu Kassim, Director General of GIACC, to present his speech.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like to take this opportunity to give a warm welcome to all of you, the winners, my fellow friends, the advisory board members of ROLACC officers, senior government officers, and everybody in this room. Thank you for spending your time, well, nearly one day today, to share a valuable experience that we believe will help any anti-corruption practitioner in designing and improving the ways they are doing the job in future. This session is a session that's been authored the ideas by us, the advisory board, when we decided to have this ceremony in Kuala Lumpur. Previously, this ceremony was held in Vienna and Geneva. And during our discussion, I still remember with our fellow friend, during our discussion, one of the reasons, one of the conditions indeed, for the winner to share their experience with international community or any forum that in the future that any institution or any international institution want them to share. From this session, I hope that we will gain some information about how, first, like the academician, how we wanted to meet between the practitioner with the science. As an academician, we normally believe that academicians always stay in the university. But one of the award winners is an academician who able to translate their study, their finding into what the practitioner can use in performing their duties. We also will look at how, as simple as the definition of corruption to be translated into a book, and how to make the children understand the definition of corruption. To be frank with you, indeed, for the adults also, they have a problem to understand the meaning of corruption, but the book that's been written are very simple in such a way that the young children may understand the meaning of corruption. We have also speakers from the NGOs, these NGOs who bring the youth together, mobilizing the society, in bringing and creating awareness in the society, and to ensure that the politicians, especially, you will hear from one of it, to monitor the politician and to ensure that the politician heard the voice of the people. There are experiences from the winners who've gone through a very hard way in fighting corruption. They've been threatened, there was offered bribe, they were asked in a very diplomatic way to go out of holding the post. I know the feeling because I also gone through the process. And all this will be shared with you today, and this experience, finding, and views are very valuable to us. For Malaysia, I would like to share with you, the Malaysian governments are very concerned and serious in fighting corruption. With the establishment of the Special Cabinet Committee on Corruption, many policy decisions has been made, and some of it are very critical in fighting corruption in this country. Political funding law that we have been fighting for many, many years, lastly got approval within 100 days with the new government. We also able to bring awareness and also manage to influence the government to agree with the declaration of asset and asking the government to make sure that the Anti-Corruption Commission have a copy and doing the monitoring for those declarations has been made by the members of parliament and members of administration. At the same time, the government also are in the midst of designing, and hopefully by next month, the government will launch the National Anti-Corruption Plan, which is crucial to ensure that the fight against corruption is continuous. And because we don't want to come to the stage where corruption become, that we normally call it 5-15 syndrome, the corruption cycle where corruption been used and also corruption been abused. They've been used for those who wanted to take the power, then those who are in power abuse corruption, then they also will go down because of corruption. To make sure that this government continually fight corruption, we should have a systematic and concerted effort in fighting corruption. That's why the government has agreed to have a 5-year plan for fighting corruption in this country. In this afternoon, you will see the launching of the guideline on adequate procedures of Section 17A MACC Act 2007 in this auditorium. The Prime Minister will come and launch. These adequate procedures refer to a series of measures by the organization. It needs to be taken by the organization to ensure that when it is more towards the, if you understand the corporate liability issues and Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in US. So we want the private sector to have a kind of standard behavior, not to bribe the government servant or public officers while they are trying to get contracts or any licenses from the government. This is something that's crucial for us because changing attitude not only supposed to be at the receiving parties, but also the giver also have to change in terms of their mindset and also their behavior so that the whole society is changing and ensuring the environment of this country is better and integrity become very, very crucial in the development of this country. I would like to take this opportunity again to thank ROLACC for allowing us to organize, to host this award giving and also this forum. And I'm looking forward to work with ROLACC, especially with some discussion on some other activities that the chairman of ROLACC has discussed with me, that we have a long way to go and many activities that can be designed. And one of it, I'd like to thank the Executive Secretary for the International Anti-Corruption Authority Association, or Association of International Anti-Corruption Authority, where we have decided to form or to establish the IAACA Champion Fund. It is a fund to support those practitioners, either they are head of anti-corruption or the officers of anti-corruption, which has been victimized. Either they've been expelled, or they've been killed, injured, or any action that affect their livelihood. This fund, the Prime Minister has, in principle, has agreed to contribute about 500,000 ringgit to this fund to help those victims. And I was told Qatar also are in the midst of giving support, but the amount has yet to be announced. And I believe that by having this fund, the well-being of anti-corruption champion, the practitioner, and from time to time, every year indeed, you can see the head of anti-corruption being dismissed. Indeed, some of them, there are cases where they have been charged and many other things. So we are very happy. Indeed, Malaysia has championed it and been approved by the Executive Committee, and we hope that it will make the practitioner be more motivated, especially in any countries that have an independent anti-corruption agency in fighting corruption. So again, thank you very much, and hope that you enjoy this session. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for the most sincere speech.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin with the first session of the seminar on anti-corruption champions, sharing session with the winners of the Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award 2018. To begin the first session, may I call upon Dr. Eduardo Vatere, Vice President of the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities, the moderator of the session, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vettere has been the Vice President of the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities since October 2006. In 2012, he was elected as a member of the Board of Governors of the International Anti-Corruption Academy for a term of 6 years, and in 2016, he became its chairman. He is also one of the founding members of the UNODC Anti-Corruption Academic Initiative. With that, may I invite Dr. Vettere to introduce the recipients of the Lifetime or Outstanding Achievement Award, and thereon to begin the session.
Good morning and salam alaikum to all of you. Of course, it's a great pleasure to accomplish this task. I've never done it, of being a moderator, and being a moderator among those anti-corruption champions that have been not only nominated, but being awarded with this exceptional international award just last Friday. Last Friday was the 7th of December. The 7th of December is the International Anti-Corruption Day. And this is why also in the past, the previous award ceremonies have been held always on the 7th of December to celebrate the International Anti-Corruption Day at the same time. Why the 7th of December? Because at the moment in which, after 2 years of work, the ad hoc committee for negotiating the new convention finished the work and submitted the draft convention for the approval of the General Assembly. This was at the end of October. It was also decided to have a high-level signing conference in Mérida, in Mexico, to try to get as many countries and as many states as possible to sign this new international treaty. And this started exactly on the 7th of December. So this is why the 7th of December was decided by the General Assembly to have the Anti-Corruption International Day to be celebrated in all countries, not only in order to call the attention of the population and the general public to the importance of an effective fight against corruption, but also to mobilize all the people from youth and students to the old one, to the fact that for an effective fight against corruption, it is important that the entire community, the entire population is there to support with confidence and trust the hard work of the national authorities in order to fight against corruption. I will stop here for the moment, but before doing this, I would also like to mention that as Abu Kassim, my good friend Abu Kassim mentioned, this is for the third time that we are celebrating the Anti-Corruption Day in coincidence with the celebration of the award. And the first two were held in Vienna and in Geneva in 2016 and 2017. When we started, we could not think that going through the work and going through the conduct of this award, so many applications could have been received. It was a lot of work for first for the ROLACC Secretariat to try to go through all of them, do all the necessary checks before submitting them. There is an advisory board, as you well know, and there is an high-level committee which has to approve the advisory board recommendations. I had the honor and the pleasure of having been a member of the advisory board, and there are some other colleagues who have worked together with me through the years in order to transform this dream in a reality, and I wish to again thank all those colleagues for their hard work, particularly our host, Abu Kassim, and he doesn't need any introduction or anything. He's well known to everyone here. And the other colleague was my dear friend Edward Osei, former anti-corruption commissioner of Tanzania. Please. Professor Ugi Zvekic, former ambassador of Yugoslavia to the United Nations in Geneva, and former colleague of mine for many years in the United Nations Secretariat, and Professor François Amélie from the Sorbonne University, professor of law, who has been working very hard together with us to make sure that we were going to select or to recommend the best candidate for the award. Having said this, I think that since the time is running, I will, for the moment, stop here in order to have the winners and the champions being introduced so that they can give their own message to all of you, and on the basis of that, to have a discussion with them, to learn about their experience, to see what the importance of the work, not only for their countries, but for the entire international community, and from here, to try to get some lessons for the future, which may be useful for all of us. So, thank you again very much for your attendance, and let's make this meeting extremely, extremely fruitful. Thank you.
May I invite the winners of the Lifetime or Outstanding Achievement category award winners, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu and Mr. Leonard McCarthy.
When offered $15 million and a foreign house to pervert the course of justice, what would you do? Faced with this dilemma, Nuhu Ribadu, chairman of Nigeria's Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, accepted the money and then used it as evidence to prosecute and convict the source of the funds. This is the level of integrity that Mr. Ribadu has displayed throughout his career in public life. He indicted his one-time boss, successfully recovering $150 million for the state of Nigeria, and was instrumental in removing Nigeria from the Financial Action Task Force's global list of non-cooperative countries and territories. Nuhu Ribadu regularly inspires youths to become the change they seek. At the 4th edition of Project Mentor Me, organized by a non-profit group in Abuja, he got the audience to take a critical look at their life choices and how it shapes their future. He argues that actions instead of words are the only way to end corruption. His actions focus on his home country of Nigeria and the corruption that robs the state of huge sums of money while stagnating development. He cites improving the foundations of leadership, institutions, and individuals as the key requirements for anti-corruption success in any nation, saying, if things are not done in the right way, cutting corners will always continue.
Mr. Ribadu, my dear friend Nuhu, please, you have the floor. It's all yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, I'm really excited. So, especially, I'm in the midst of my own colleagues. I can see my own comrades. I can see those all my life I've spent my time working with. So it's extremely exciting to be with you this morning. But first of all, to give my own thanks. We are very grateful, and you can see honestly the excitement in us. Since we got into this country, it has been just wonderful. Malaysians are wonderful people, very nice, and you have very good food. I think maybe I will put on a bit of weight before I go back to Nigeria. I want to thank the leaders, our own leaders, the Sheikh, Thani, the Prime Minister, McCarthy. Since Friday, when these announcements were made, it was all over the news in my own country. And I can assure you, these two leaders can win elections in Nigeria and Africa. They are wonderful people. If you ask me, I will tell you probably they are the best in terms of really good what a leader should be. They are getting it right. This initiative is probably unique, better than any, because I don't think there is any better way you can help humanity today than to encourage poor countries to do things properly and correctly. These awards that you are giving you may not understand the impact and how much in terms of what it can play in helping poor countries, developing countries, to get it right. The only difference between poor countries and the developed countries is just the way we manage ourselves. A lot of times, the resources are there. The resources are with the poor countries as well, just like the rich countries. But how we manage it, how we make good use of it, how we convert it to something that can help us improve our lives, growth and development, is the difference between the rich countries, the well-developed countries, and the developed countries. Initiatives like this help us to do the right thing. It encourages us. And someone like me standing before you, my story is an answer to everything that you have tried to, the message that you are sending. Because all my life I've worked in the law enforcement. All my life I've worked fighting corruption, law and order, rule of law. I had a chance for me to set up the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission in Nigeria. I don't need to tell you about Nigeria. I'm sure a lot of you will know, must have heard about the country, Nigeria in Africa. Fairly rich. Number 7 in oil as an oil producing country in the world. We make over $50 billion a year annually. But if you go there, it's sad, it's tragic. Nothing much to show for that. Nigeria used to be at the bottom of the Transparency International list and ratings as most corrupt countries. Nigeria became a poster country for corruption. It was sad, it was tragic. We had to, at a point, be almost blacklisted outside the financial system in the world. The FATF did that to us. It was a terrible, terrible situation. And that was when I got a chance for me to set up and lead the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Something similar to probably what you have, even though I understand maybe it's a little bit different. That was in 2003. Before then, I was a police officer. Before then, I was a lawyer, a qualified lawyer, believing that the best way I can help my country probably is to go into law enforcement. I decided to go join as a regular police officer and also a prosecutor. I will tell you a bit about what happened to me, because somehow my own story is a reflection of what a country attempted or tried to do in addressing the problem of corruption. Yes, at the time when we started, it was zero. Nigeria never had one single conviction. Nobody was ever brought before a court for over 50 years of our own independence. Nobody was ever convicted. Yet we were one of the most corrupt countries in the world. We started working. Young people like me, we said that, okay, it is time that let the corrupt also pay dearly for their own misdeeds. For decades, the poor people are paying. Now, let's go after those who are behind it. But before then, we have to set up a strong foundation, an institution that is enduring, that can work. We work extra from the beginning to go out to look for the best in terms of training and those who we can learn from. I went out, I went to FBI, I went to Metropolitan Police, I went to BKK of Germany. I reached out to the European Union. The European Union alone gave me about 30-something million euros. Most of the money that we used, we got it from outside because it was so difficult for us to even get the money from the parliament in Nigeria. When you say you are fighting corruption, it's no, nobody wants to talk to you. People run away from you. And off we started working. Few of us, probably less than 200 as a beginning. We started going after, we prioritized. We adopted what we then call suitable target for maximum impact. We moved from where, the low-hanging fruits, and then gradually we moved up. We started with those who scammers, 419, because our responsibility was to enforce all economic crimes. We used to have what we call 419, advanced with fraud. Fraudsters would sit in Nigeria, do scam and send letters and take money. Within a period of 2 months, we rounded up most of, if not all of them. One case of an individual who took close to about $200 million from Brazil. We put him back, we got him. I personally went after him, I arrested him myself. He offered me half of the money to let him go. Yes, $75 million. This is what tells you about fighting corruption. We brought him to justice. We rounded them all. We returned the money to the victims across the country, not the world. We took the next step. We went after the revenue departments in our country. Those like the NNPC, oil company, the revenue department, customs and so on. We went after them. And we brought them to justice. We were starting from the scratch. We went after the police, the Nigerian police force. As a police officer myself, I brought the Inspector General of Police to justice. I got him in jail. He was my boss. Yes. When you are fighting corruption, it has to be that result. You have to understand that there is no halfway in doing it. Issues to do with commitment, passion, and zeal is so central. It is not the normal work that you check it the way it is done somewhere. Something has to be extra for you to make an impact. We went after politicians. It was the most difficult one. For the first time in the history of my country, we see politicians in handcuffs being brought to court, to justice. We got governors convicted. Governors are very powerful. We went after the leadership at the highest level, ministers and so on. Today, the EFCCs that we created, this year alone recorded close to about 800 convictions. Billions and billions of dollars returned. From one single person, our own former head of state called General Sani Abacha, maybe you might have heard about it. We recovered a return to Nigeria over $1 billion. But that comes along with the danger. I've lost many of my own colleagues. And because there is no time, I'll just give you just summary of little things that I thought is important. And also to explain to you what it involves when you are doing this type of work. Personally myself, I survived 2 assassination attempts. I had to leave my country. The last time I was attacked, I had bullets sprayed on my vehicle. I ran out of the country. At the time when I left Nigeria, I didn't have nothing. And that's why, this initiative like what you're doing, coming up to help those people who are in the forefront, the physical people who are in the forefront of this war, matters a lot. When I left Nigeria, I didn't have 200 pounds of my own. Nothing. I left. I went with a motorcycle out of my country and got into another country, and then somehow I ended up getting into the UK. First of all, I got a place in Oxford University, and I think I stayed in the flat that was vacated by one of your own, YBhg. It was his flat that I moved in when he left. And that was the beginning. I left, I stayed in exile for about 2 years outside Nigeria with nothing. I have family, I have my wife, I have my kids, and so on and so on. So just to explain to you, really there are people like that who are out there who will need your help, who will need your support. And the message you are sending right now is that, yes, those who are doing this work, that the world will be with you. We are not going to abandon you. You are doing an amazing job. This is the greatest service you can do to humanity, especially the poor. Nothing else you can help them to preserve the little resources that they have so that they can use it very well. And also show that indeed, the bad people will not have a place to hide. The world is not going to allow them to enjoy what they are really been so, denying their own people. That is some of the things that happened to me as an individual. And I'm so excited when I saw what was going on, when I see the initiatives, how it can help to encourage the people who are doing it. Coming back to the EFCC itself, at the time when we started it, we understood somehow, because of my experience in the past as a police officer and also a prosecutor, in Nigeria, like I told you, we never had convictions until when we got in. We decided to somehow address some of the problems we faced in the past. The EFCC became one center where the law enforcement, the prosecutors, everybody will be under one leadership. Things from beginning to the end, the intelligence, the investigation itself, the prosecution itself, everything comes under one rule. And I think it's extremely very important to understand that sometimes bringing everybody into one fold makes a huge difference. In our own case, it helped us. Before then, we used to, one department would do investigation, Attorney General would take over the other one. This one is disconnected. Some of the things that we learned is that bringing everybody into one fold makes a big difference in the work we are doing. It's some of the things that help us to really overcome some of the challenges that were faced in the past. As a result of it, of course, like I told you, within a short period of time, even the Transparency International rating started climbing up. Today, Nigeria rose about 14 degrees, which is an indication that it worked. Some of the few things that also help in this work is also leadership. Leadership at the political level and leadership at the level of the work that we are doing. You need honest, good leaders. I can see what is happening in your own country today, because the world is a global village. Whatever happens in Malaysia is all over. We know how Dr. Mahathir got back after long years outside power, and what he did in the past, and what he has made now, and what he is trying to do. We have a very similar story in Nigeria. General Buhari, Muhammad Buhari, he was a head of state in 1983-84. We forced him to come back 2 years ago to do the same thing. And leadership is central in this attempt to address problem of corruption. If you do not have a leader that is above board, that will not be able to be part of this mess, that will not sit with people in transactions, then chances are the lower part will also do the same thing. You get good cabinet, you get good ministers, you get others. It's the same thing at the law enforcement level. You need good, honest law enforcement people. There is no compromise in that. Corruption can never fight corruption. Any corrupt law enforcement officer shouldn't in any way be near this type of work. And if you are able to achieve that, the next thing, of course, is demobilization, which I understand is doing very well, because you need people to come in, everybody, buy into it, explain it, so that everybody will participate. Somehow, this work can be a success if every single individual within the community, within the society, understood exactly what is going on and also will contribute and participate in it. It has helped us in Nigeria because within the EFCC itself, we had a unit that is responsible, what we call Fix Nigeria Initiative, where we go out, reach out to the religious leaders, community leaders, traditional leaders, youth, and so on. And mobilization was very, very central to that work. People need to understand that integrity pays, that dishonesty is the worst kind of behavior. And that religions do not encourage people to be criminals. That a leader should not be a thief. Because when you are corrupt, you are a thief. You are just a common thief. No difference. People need to understand this type of thing. And it's only possible when you carry out a mass mobilization to bring everybody into it. You also need to work and reach out to others. For example, what we did at the EFCC level, some of the things that we succeeded was simply because we reached out. We got, for example, Metropolitan Police to literally work for us to a point where even our own cases, they were taking it and even getting convictions on our behalf. We reached out to the DOJ, Department of Justice in the US, and the FBI. At a point, about 21 of the 26 cases handled by the Department of Justice, DOJ, in the US from their own foreign corrupt practices law came from Nigeria. They were our own cases. Some of the biggest cases, Halliburton, Siemens, and so on, they all emanated from us. How did we do that? We simply got them to understand that we were serious, we were prepared to address our own problems, and we need the world to come along and help us. It's very critical when you do this type of work, we reach out. Corrupt money goes out. If it is outside your own shores, you will not be able to do much. You need outside to help you and assist in the work you are doing. These are some of the things that somehow we were able to somehow get it, we got it right. And it helped to turn the EFCC today as probably one of the most successful anti-corruption institutes in the world today, based on the results of what we were able to achieve. I've continued with my life. I was, like I told you, I was sacked, I was kicked out, I left my country. The president who kicked me out because he disagreed with me died. I went back to Nigeria. And I decided to participate in politics. I'm now in politics. It's important. People should join in because it's only at the political level that people will be able to effect meaningful change. It's tough. When you don't have money, it's difficult. But be there. Don't run away. All of you, especially people who are doing this type of work, please, after your work, go to politics. Join it. Don't run away. And you can make a difference. Today, I've involved myself. I'm trying as much as I can what can be done to clean up the politics of buying boards, of party financing and things like that. And if by any chance, if they elect me, I'm going to do work, and I'm going to be there, I will continue to be there. The corrupt are not happy, but I will continue to make them unhappy because they will continue to see me there. I will be there. Hopefully one day, maybe something will I'm involved in a few other things, for example, mentorship. Mentorship is about bringing others. Be a role model, even at your own family level, at your community level, at the larger society. Always be an example of what others will be able, especially those who are learning. I'm doing that, especially with the law enforcement. People don't understand or appreciate the impact and the magnitude, the effect of those who are in the law enforcement in countries. They play the most important role, yet it's not a glamorous work. Often it's unrewarded. We need to encourage young, talented, quality people to join the law enforcement. I'm doing this type of work in my own country, telling them it is necessary. If Nigeria is going to change, we need people who will come in, smart, intelligent people who will be in the law enforcement, who will be prosecutors. At the same time, also, those who are even in the civil society, ability for them to even do more. It's very critical getting them at early age matters a lot because it will help in defining tomorrow. I'm doing that as well. I'm also involved a little bit and also encouraged by this award that comes in now in support of initiatives like the whistleblowing. The whistleblowing is new in my own country. We just had the law. And it is working, it's amazing. Houseboys, drivers are blowing the whistles against their bosses. We are getting billions and billions of money back, and we are getting people convicted. We are encouraging people to understand it and do it more, so that there will be no hiding place for anyone. Freedom of information. Some of these laws are new in my country. But these are tools that are today available in the world. Every country, if you want to utilize it, you can get it. Because a lot of development agencies have worked so much. United Nations have done a lot of work. We have the anchors, we have the conventions, we have the protocols, we have so many things. Everything today is available for any country to make good use of. That will help in accountability and transparency in governance. We imported a lot of them in our own country. We are working extra to get it introduced to our own people so that it will make a difference in our lives. This is my story, and I can assure you this is the best way you can help your own country at this moment. Some of the countries like my own deserve this type of, because people have suffered, people have been duped. Few individuals took advantage of their own positions. I think it is time, let them pay for their own misdeeds. Let's save our own people for continuing to pay for the bad behavior of our few leaders. Thank you very much. God bless you.
I am in your hands. I don't know if probably I will give the floor directly now to the other winner, to the other champion, so that at the end we can have some questions for both of them. Okay, please, my dear Leonard, you have the floor after a short introduction also about you.
There are perhaps only a handful of people who can be credited with shaping the global economy, and Mr. Leonard Frank McCarthy is one of them. As Vice President of the World Bank, he has spearheaded initiatives designed to increase the organization's ability to address fraud and corruption. Under his leadership, integrity due diligence has become a standard of World Bank investigations, and under his guidance, the World Bank Preventative Services Unit was created to ensure that potential corruption could be stopped before it had even begun. Prior to joining the World Bank, Mr. McCarthy successfully prosecuted many entities involved in financial crime, organized criminal enterprises, grand corruption, urban terror, and money rackets as Directorate of Special Operations in South Africa. And before that, he served as the Director of Public Prosecutions in South Africa, appointed by Nelson Mandela. He is the founder and president of LF McCarthy Associates Incorporated, an international integrity risk management company based in Washington, D.C. Mr. McCarthy's expertise in negotiations, his firm grasp of global dynamics, and the ability to navigate the intersection between law, business, politics, and ethics have made him a powerful voice for the promotion of integrity in business.
Thank you. Good morning. Salam alaikum. I hope everyone's well on this fateful Monday. And thank you to ROLACC for that very nice commendation and introduction. It made me blush, thinking that slightly lightheaded when I hear how I impacted the global economy, but I'll take the compliment. Thank you very much. I did want to say that if you look at me as Malaysians, you'll see like this guy looks familiar. So those who know your history will know that Malay people went to Cape Town in South Africa. So if you feel like I look like a brother or sister, you want to adopt me or give me citizenship, I'll happily take that. So thank you for the warm welcome, and again to ROLACC and the Prime Minister's office. I think Friday was very special for all of us. We felt a little warm around the, in our hearts, because it doesn't always happen that you get an acknowledgement like that. We were getting phone calls and WhatsApps from people we haven't had in 10 years' time. So that's a good indication of what the prizes mean, the awards mean for us. So thanks again for that. I wanted to just say a few things about myself, and I spoke to Dr. Vittore, and he said, but you are entitled to brag this morning, so which is something that one should sometimes guard against. So if I come across too strong, you can just wave at me. I was a prosecutor in South Africa when Nelson Mandela was released from Robben Island, and I minded my own business and worked very hard. And 8 years later, he appointed me as one of 7 directors of public prosecutions. I was the youngest in the country, and I was quite happy about that. The reason I mention that, especially to the people in the room who are investigators, prosecutors, lawyers, forensic people, is good things can happen to you. You just need to be at the right place at the right time, smile, be humble, work hard, and doors will open for you, right? And don't be too negative about this corruption business, because we can beat it. I think we have so many successes that we should celebrate, and I think the life stories of many of you are probably testimony to that. But that appointment opened doors for me, because I then became the head of the Office for Serious Economic Offenses, which has always been filled by white people, but the government said there must be some black person who can handle that position, who understands a little bit about how the world economy or the financial system works. And that then led to my appointment as the head of the Scorpions, which you probably have read about, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And then the World Bank came looking for a vice president for their program of institutional integrity, and I was the lucky man. And I've been living in the United States now this is my 11th year, and the reason I'm telling you the story is, for me, it is more 21 years of privilege and service than sounding like someone who's been ostracized or victimized. I would really advise against that. It's a defeatist attitude. I think one should make sure you land on your feet and be stronger than the people who want to bring you down. I wanted to say a few things about the work that I did in South Africa and at the World Bank. Firstly, you have your own commission here, but I found that it really works if you try and combine the corruption function, the financial crime dimension of of crime and the organized crime elements under a multidisciplinary approach. If you have the teams working together and you have trust and leadership and you can motivate them to believe that they can be better than what they are and they can do and achieve great things and they can punch above their weight, you will have success. The second thing is that many lawyers, and I'm sure there are a few in the room, will tell you there's an old maxim about hard cases making bad law. And, you know, we have to do cases. That is really the acid test in the United States where I live. If you talk to, you know, the prominent experts and the big voices on anti-corruption, they say the biggest deterrent against corruption is to prosecute the cases. Prosecute, prosecute, prosecute. We can have a lot of capacity building and making people aware of these things, but we need to prosecute some of the big cases because that's critically important. When I arrived at the World Bank, I was asked to redesign the whole institutional architecture, and I wanted to say that the key element of that program was transparency. We sort of had to open up everything. We started disclosing the outcomes of investigations and reports. We started reporting on countries which are not acting, and we started doing an analysis that we previously have not embarked on. Now, if you look at life today, everything comes out. You know, documents on which people record bribes, telephone conversations in which they conspired to murder other people, everything comes out. You know, agreements between, you know, corporations that are cooked in boardrooms to hide the proceeds of crime, everything comes out. I'd almost venture to say in the US, 75% of misconduct, whether it's cybercrime, corporate misconduct, political skullduggery, everything comes out. And so for investigators and prosecutors, I would say walk into that space, exploit it, assuming that everything's either written down or recorded somewhere, especially with the use of email. I also found that with all these cases we are looking at, whether you start from Enron to Odebrecht in Brazil, and I think in Malaysia, I'll probably say from Enron to IMDb2, someone misrepresented something and someone covered it up. Those are the two key elements of all the misconduct that I've seen in 21 years later. And then the other one, the other main phenomenon that I've seen, which I think you should take into account, is when you hear things like success fees, facilitation payments, agent fees, commissions. In one of the World Bank investigations, I heard a new term called sunshine payments. So when you hear sunshine payments or commissions, you must know that there's trouble. Somebody is busy doing something that they should not, because I, for the life of it, cannot understand why you always need an intermediary. So that's just in sum what I've seen. I've also created something at the World Bank called the International Corruption Hunters Alliance. I know it sounds like something from a James Bond movie, but it united, you know, the advanced economies and developing country enforcement authorities, at least for the 9 years that I was there. And I think it would be good if we can look ultimately at how we sort of bring these alliances together into one global network. We also created a cross-debarment regime so that, you know, when companies are debarred by one bank, that all the other international banks do the same. A coalition of the willing. And so as far as what I do today, I established a firm, and it's an integrity, compliance, and anti-corruption practice, and it's only geared towards national authorities, the private sector, and international organizations who want to do the right thing. I don't litigate, I don't contest, because it is against the grain of who I am. I also offer to assist countries in reviewing their anti-corruption architecture and advise them on how best practice and policies can help them make them more effective as an investment destination. And then finally, I offer to assist with international investigations evaluating evidence gathering, review asset recovery strategies, which is a big thing, and serving as an integrity monitor in settlements and deferred prosecution agreements. In terms of the award, we were asked to say a few words about what we intend to do with it. I haven't given it sufficient thought, but I'd like it to have a multiplier effect. You know, whilst I was the World Bank, I advocated that we establish a restitution fund so that some of this settlement money in these big cases can flow through that fund, and we can give assurance to the national authorities and the corporations who have to make those payments that the money doesn't disappear into a black hole when it goes back, but that it's actually used for appropriate purposes. I'm considering how to use the award to scope the contours of such a fund and probably get the right people on board, but I need to sleep on it a little more. I would also like to compile a compendium of lessons learned from major financial crime cases. I've now worked with people, talked to people. When you look for all the information in one room or in one resource or information about corruption, you're going to go and Google about 100 different source documents. And then finally, you know, in the United States, they have a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and many people have the same kind of law in their countries on foreign corrupt practices, but the application of those laws in multiple jurisdictions for me are not consistent. So I'd like to look at how I could work with ROLACC and others to change the game a little bit in that area. But those are just some of my preliminary thoughts. I'm going to pause there and save you 8 minutes because I think we'll do better when we engage with you and talk about this and answer some of your questions. So thank you very much again, and thank you for listening to me. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends, I think that we heard really two great champions of anti-corruption who have been exposed and who have been really spent their professional life both at the national and at the international level in order to make some changes and make some changes that could affect the way not only in which corruption is perceived, but the way in which corruption is actually dealt with, and therefore make an effort to at least, if not stamp out corruption, at least to reduce the consequences of corruption in both at the country level and at the international level. For example, when the United Nations started to discuss about corruption, the first recommendations, the first resolution, before it was impossible to speak about. So for the first time, it was in 1975 at the 5th UN Congress on the Prevention of Crime and the Treatment of Offenders. Since then, some work started at the United Nations level to consider, to further progress, to make some recommendations, some resolutions. And an effort was made to discuss with the colleagues of the World Bank. At the time, we used to have, our boss was Margaret Anstey, Under-Secretary General, and they said, let's go now. There has been this resolution of the Congress against corruption. Let's see what we can do together with the colleagues of the World Bank. It was forbidden even to have a meeting to discuss between her and the director of the World Bank. At the time, there was a legal counsel who was against, saying that this was interference in internal affairs, and therefore the meeting was canceled. So you can understand also the hard work of Leonard in having the mandate of reviewing completely the architecture of the work of integrity within the bank, etc. As you can understand, the struggle of Nuhu, not only in establishing the Financial Commission of Financial Crimes in Nigeria, but the fact also of looking for funds in order to start to operate from abroad. So I think that these are really the challenges that are met every day. And I will stop here because I would like now to have you to ask questions, to intervene. We still have a few minutes, and therefore the floor is yours. Any question? Please. You can say your name, and after you make the question. To whom?
All right.
Please.
My name is Yen, an ordinary citizen in Malaysia.
Good. We need ordinary citizens.
First of all, welcome my brother from Nigeria. No wahala. From my colleague from South Africa, we cannot offer you citizenship, but you can enroll in our Malaysian Second Home program. We have many similarities with Nigeria, my brother. You mentioned you have your 419 scam. We have Macau scam here. You have your Sani Abacha. We have Malaysian official #1. And basically, we have so many similarities. From Abuja to Lagos, from Kano to Port Harcourt.
Wow.
We, in fact, borrowed the oil palm from Cross River. Thank you very much. Kelapa sawit kita sebenarnya datang dari Nigeria. Getah datang dari Brazil. We borrowed, okay? And speaking of borrowing, in Africa before, they said, when you're facing dire straits of corruption, they said, can we borrow Tun Dr. Mahathir just for 6 months? Unfortunately, we cannot lend them to you because we need him more. That's why we brought him back after May the 10th. So my question to you, sir, because to have integrity, to be not corrupted, it comes from your heart. To be offered $150 million or $75 million, I don't know how many of us here can turn it down. So I want to know from you. And by the way, another similarity, you left by motorcycle or what? I think you left through Benin. Yes. Our MACC chief got to leave the country too. Betul tak, Dato' Sri Syukri? I think we have had enough of this rubbish, okay? We need people with integrity. So I want to ask you, very honestly, what is it that immediately you turn down the 75 million? Because we need to instill this spirit, this jati diri in all our civil servants. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. You are a Nigerian. He seems he knows Nigeria as much as how I know Nigeria. And he's right. We have a lot of common things, absolutely. And it's just that we are, in Nigeria, we are too many, 180 million people. So it's a big, big problem to manage the number. But I can also tell you, Mahathir Mohamad is one of the most popular leaders in Nigeria. If he stands election there, he will win. So when he is finished with his tenure here, please send him. We want him to come over there. Even though he has a brother in Muhammadu Buhari, who is our present head of president, he is very similar to him. He's very talking about the honesty and integrity. I think fundamentally, people are made the way they are. A lot of times also through upbringing, orientation, and also what the society plays in shaping people. In my own case, at the risk of sounding a little bit this, it's simple. It's just what is right. And bad thing everybody knows is bad. Good thing people know what is good. And it's always your own choice. You can pick what you like. You can be a religious person, leader. You can also be an armed robber. It's your own choice. A lot of times people are confronted with daily what makes them. In my own case, from the beginning, maybe my family somehow played a role. My father, bless my wonderful human being, genuinely honest person, first politicians in Nigeria. He was a minister, cabinet minister in the 60s. But he lived an honest, simple, quiet life. And when he died, we didn't get anything from him. And we are very happy. But we had a name, good name. And everybody respected that. I personally, by nature, I somehow have satisfaction when I do what I consider the right thing. I want to fight for the weak. I hate injustice. I was a qualified lawyer with all the opportunities open to me, but I felt that maybe joining police might be the best that can give me happiness. When I get conviction, it's the greatest happiness. It's the adrenaline that goes in me. It's amazing. And when I see somebody who takes advantage of others, a bully, somebody who is a cheat, is brought to his own level, I have that happiness and satisfaction. And I'm also grateful to God. Maybe I'm not a material person. I'm fine. I have fine things. I'm okay. I look good. I'm okay. I've never worn a wristwatch. I'm okay because the telephone gives me time. And simple things like this, it's okay. You have the same enjoyment with those who are getting the billions. And also, taking $1 and taking $100 million is the same thing. It's all a criminal act. And the worst part is somebody who is responsible to fight for what is wrong turn out to be doing what is wrong. That's why it's unforgivable. For example, somebody in the judiciary, a judge taking money. It's unbelievable. Or a policeman taking money. You are employed to fight it. Then you turn yourself, you are the one doing it. You are the worst human being. You are nothing. It's a shame. So maybe some people, find it okay. Others find it no. I don't know where I can put myself the day I will take bribe from somebody. No. It's the lowest thing you can be as a human being. It's bad. I am okay somehow doing my own normal thing and be happy with it. I know that also I have God that I worship. I also believe in the religion that says whatever you do, you will account for it. If not here, hereafter. The day you will come when you stand before your Lord and account for your own deeds. And I am okay that I'll prepare myself to be able to answer those, whatever that I have done in my own life. It also plays a bit of a role in that. But my brothers and sisters, you people, you are the best in the society because you are the ones who are making sacrifice for the rest of us to live in peace, to stop the bad people, to correct those who are going the wrong direction, to fight corruption in a place where we desperately need all the resources to make good use of it. People like you are the celebrated ones. And it makes sense for us to be honest, to live up to it complete, and take pride in the fact that, yes, we have played a role in changing our own communities. But personally, God makes people like that, I think. Some people, no, it's okay. I can live the way I am now. I don't need too much money to change my life and make a mess of my life. The way I am, I'm 100% happy, and I'm happy to do what is right. I pray to God to continue to give me opportunity to do what is right. Continue to do what is right. And I will die a happy person at the end of my life, that I've been able to do what I believe is the right thing. Thank you.
in principle, according to the instructions I received, we should probably stop here for a coffee break. But I think that in case I take a poetic license, and still the floor is open for another question. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. My name is Pushpa from Intan Bukit Kiara. First and foremost, thank you, gentlemen, for a very inspirational talk. I'm a civil servant, and often the time I'm exposed to civil servants in Malaysia who actually fear reporting corruption, yeah, in whether it's a small scale or a wider scale, for fear of material gains, for fear of jeopardizing their material gains, their promotion, their appraisal. My question is, what's your advice to these groups of civil servants? They exist. They exist. I think there are more of them than the ones who are brave enough to actually stand up and speak. Also, another question is, you actually, Mr. Nuhu? Yes. Hello? You actually mentioned that you are involved in the recruitment of enforcement officers. Perhaps you could share with us what's special about the prerequisites that you look for. Okay. Perhaps we could actually learn from you. Yes. Yeah, that's all my question. I open it to
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the questions about some of the oldest problems that we confront in our work. I have just 3 comments on the first one, and then I'll give the floor to my good friend Nuhu. I think it's important that a country has thorough and rigorous whistleblowing and disclosure laws and processes and procedures that the public understand and that the public have confidence in. It's absolutely critical, and you know, ma'am, if you want to engage with me afterwards or write to me, I'm happy to assist, just because it is so important. The second thing is, I think we should reach into the minds of the public and encourage them to show courage, because you know, sometimes you do all this anonymous disclosures and you write a little letter and you gossip a little here and there, but you find your voice when you come out and say, you know, I have seen this happening and it's not who we are and I'm against it. And often you will find that there's a dragnet of support around you, there's a protective system, there's a catchment area for you, and people will protect you, society will protect you, especially in this day and age. And then to the law enforcement officials in the room, I wanted to say that a friend of my wife sent us this WhatsApp over the weekend, which made me quite teary. She said, I think she read about the report, and she quoted some, you know, there are all these clever people who you can quote all the time, but I like the quote. It says, men of integrity are like the rock of Gibraltar. Men without it are like the shifting sands of the Sahara Desert, tossed to and fro by every varied wind of life. So, you know, be stronger than what people think we are, and let's get the same out of our society and we live and get them to come forward and deal with these issues. All right, thank you. Give it to Nuhu.
Thank you. Let me first also, in addition to what you've said about protecting the whistleblowers, I think this country, the state, must do extra. There has to be special laws that will protect individuals who will come out to expose corruption or criminal activities. A lot of countries are doing it now. I hope you have it here. That laws that can give you extra protection, that if you come out to talk, nothing will happen to you, and things like that. In Nigeria, we have gone a bit further forward. the civil society and some of us, we said, okay, let's come together and see what we can do to also help them. We take up cases on their behalf. Wherever there is a whistleblower who is in trouble, we all rush in to go and stand by him. If they are going to punish him, we say no. We need this thing to be done properly and correctly. I think civil societies should also take it as a challenge to support people who are courageous enough to stand out to come and expose corruption and criminal activities. This is very important when, like what you are doing now, the center, helping us, people like me, to tell us, look, you are not alone, that the world is watching what is going on, and we are reaching out to you and help you. I think it's the same thing with the whistleblowing thing. If internally the civil society organization, NGOs, will come together to support them, it makes a lot of sense. On the second question about the encouragement for people to join law enforcement and get people to be engaged, and it's something that requires a sort of mobilization as well. Reach out to the young people, talk to them, tell them there is glamour in this work, there is satisfaction. I wrote a book, actually another book somebody wrote on my behalf, and if I have this support, I intend to write more. We give it out. We reach out to the young people. I have brought some of this book. There are not many, but as a gift to you now. And I hope that somebody is going to distribute it. To tell the young people that, in fact, in our own societies, in our own communities, one of the best things you can do to help your own country maybe today is to also join a profession that will fight corruption and also fight lawlessness. We are not like America, England, or others. They have already overcome all these problems. Our own is, we are going to get there. And for us to get there, we have to do the basic things. At all times, there are important things in the history and in the lives of societies and countries. Today, if you ask me, I will tell you countries in Africa, developing countries, need more in law and order, in fighting corruption than any other thing, because it's the foundation that can help us to go out of the problems we found ourselves. Encourage, reach out. We personally go to where we can get these young people and encourage them and tell them there is something good for your country in joining police, in joining customs, in joining as a prosecutor, not just a private lawyer looking for money, in joining anti-corruption commission like this one to propagate and mobilize people. And you can be amazed the impact it can make. Just my own story, because I do not look like a policeman. In Nigeria, a policeman big, and look at how I am. And I decided to join. So every little kid can join. If Nuhu Ribadu can make life in it. Everybody can do it. Absolutely. So these are some of the things that, and that's the point about also mentorship. Be a role model. Send a message of good thing. Today, I've been acknowledged and recognized, and my name is all over in Nigeria. People are so incredibly happy. And the young ones growing want to be like me. And I'll go out to tell them, please, go that direction. And you will now put your name in gold forever and ever, because you have done well for your own country. It's very important. It may not be very clear, but actually, certain things has to be encouraged in your own society. And I think people should take it very seriously. Mothers, please, send your kids into those professions. Encourage them to be not just medical doctors or lawyers to go into private practice. There is also life in law enforcement. There is also life in fighting for what is right. Those are the things. And also, encouraging the law enforcement and the commissions to do propaganda. For example, the EFCC that I work with, I'm still close to them. We still encourage them, do a lot of advertisement. Tell people that this is improve your conditions of service so that it will be very attractive and so on. and then you'll be able to get your best. The most talented young people will be interested in coming to join your organization. Thank you very much.
I think we could stay here still hours to continue our discussion, but there are other champions, and we have a program that has to be respected. I have been the first one who has infringed it, and I am very sorry. So, coffee break for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batere. And to the recipients of the Lifetime or Outstanding Achievement category, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu of Nigeria and Mr. Leonard McCarthy of South Africa, we thank you for sharing with us your fearless and outstanding work in addressing corruption. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will adjourn for a short break. We would like to request for your kind cooperation to return to the auditorium by 11:30 this morning for us to continue with the next sharing session. Thank you. Now we will begin with session 2 of the seminar featuring the Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Halzani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award winners 2018 in the Youth Creativity and Engagement category. May I invite our moderator for this afternoon session, Dr. Yasir Rafai, Acting Director and Legal Advisor of Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Center based in Doha, Qatar. May I invite the moderator to kindly introduce the Youth Creativity and Engagement category award winners and then begin the session.
Assalamu alaikum. This is the second session which I was invited suddenly as a moderator till Professor Eduardo will come back and continue moderating the third and fourth sessions, inshallah. This session we will invite the 2 winners in the category of Youth Creativity and Engagement. We will invite Accountability Lab and Fernanda, Angélica, Flores, Aguirre. We will start, I think, with the Accountability Lab with a short video on Accountability Lab. Yes, thank you.
Accountability Lab is an organization based in Washington, D.C., with the aim to promote fairness and accountability in as many countries as it can reach. They run an accountability incubator, a flagship program for young civil society leaders that invites them to build sustainable, effective tools for accountability, participation, and social impact in their societies. Selected accountrepreneurs undergo an accelerated 1-year program with hands-on, comprehensive support for their ideas and initiatives. Integrity Idol, another project run by Accountability Lab, is a global campaign run by citizens in search of honest government officials. It aims to generate debate around the idea of integrity and demonstrate the importance of honesty and personal responsibility in public life. They hope to inspire a new generation to be more effective public servants. Integrity Idol began in Nepal in 2014, spread to Liberia in 2015, and has now evolved into a global campaign covering 7 countries. Accountability Lab also run an Integrity Fellowship, the newest and most promising program to come from the Integrity Idol campaign. It is a month-long fellowship where the fellows are given opportunities to work with and learn from exemplary civil and public servants, highlighted nationwide for their high integrity and accountability in their professional life.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you again to the Rule of Law Centre and the GIACC for hosting us. I echo the comments of my colleagues earlier about the incredible hospitality and generosity that we've received here in Malaysia and the non-stop eating. It really has been wonderful. So thank you so much. My name is, yes. Thank you very much. My name is Blair Glencourse, and I run an organization called the Accountability Lab. My background is I'm from the UK originally, and worked at the World Bank for a while on governance issues and post-conflict situations and countries. And then I worked for the Prime Minister, or the new President of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, for about 5 years. And learned a lot about governance and accountability and how you get people engaged in fighting corruption and building integrity, particularly young people. And I was really privileged enough to travel around the world with him, talking to young people everywhere about the challenges that they face and the problems that they encounter. And often I was expecting them to say, well, we need jobs, we need education, we need healthcare. But actually what I heard from them almost universally was we want justice, we want accountability, and we want people in power to stop being corrupt. Because we know that is really at the heart of all of these other problems. If we don't have books in our schools, or we don't have medicines in our hospitals, or we can't get jobs because corrupt officials are giving those jobs to their friends or their family members, these are accountability problems. They're not actually education problems or healthcare problems. So that's really at the core of everything. And having worked on this for a little while and talking to these young people, the other thing that they said to me is actually corruption is not the problem. Corruption is the symptom. The problem is that there is a lack of integrity within our societies. It's about our culture, it's about our norms, it's about the way that we're brought up. And if we're going to challenge and face up to this big problem of corruption, we're going to have to build a culture of integrity ourselves. And all of us are going to have to play a role in this, particularly as young people. And young people are so important in everything that we're talking about today for lots of reasons that you know very well. In Malaysia, I was reading last night that 45% of your population is under the age of 39. In the ASEAN nations as a whole, it's about 65%. In other parts of the world, Africa, for example, the median age, the average age now is 20 years old. So just demographically, we have to engage young people in this conversation and in these actions that need to be taken. And of course, young people are a lot more connected than they've ever been before. And I would argue much more willing to challenge the status quo than many generations before them. So young people are a critical piece of this fight against corruption and these efforts to build integrity. But for young people, this has to be interesting. It has to be engaging. Anti-corruption can be very technical. And even, dare I say it, sometimes a little bit boring when we're talking about public financial management and building systems and laws. And we find this interesting because this is what gets us excited. But for young people, that's not always the case. So through the Accountability Lab, we really began to think hard about how we can get young people everywhere engaged in these efforts. And that means meeting them where they are. And what I mean by that is not saying to them, come to a lecture and let us tell you about anti-corruption. It's about tapping into the places that they already go, the kinds of things that they're already interested in, and seeing how we can infuse those with elements of these discussions around integrity to make the process of learning about it and acting upon it easier, and more exciting for them. So we do the Accountability Lab a lot around the world with music. We work with rappers, we work with filmmakers, we work with citizen journalists and technologists, and provide a lot of training and support and guidance to young people with good ideas in these areas to build unusual and diverse coalitions for anti-corruption. If you think about rappers, for example, their music is inherently political. It's all about corruption and lack of accountability. So why are they not in these rooms talking about what they're doing and how they're feeling and how they can use their music to push for change? And young people often have these tools. They know what they do and they do it extremely well, but they don't always have the support to build communities around them, to make them sustainable, and to really come together to push collectively for the kind of change that they want to see. So we're also trying to build these coalitions and find ways to help people come together. If we think about criminal networks, they protect each other. You know, they create groups that make sure that they don't get discovered for the kind of things that they're doing, that they don't get prosecuted. We need to create similar networks for good people to protect each other, to stand up. So it's not too difficult for one person to say, I want to be a person of integrity, because they're surrounded by others that say the same thing, and that makes it much safer. And of course, that's exactly what the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre is trying to do here as well. So we, one day in Nepal, which is a place where we have an amazing team of young people, we were watching a TV show called Nepali Idol. I think you have a similar show here called Malaysia Idol, where people sing and are voted on for being the best singers. And we thought, what about if we created a TV show called Integrity Idol, where it wouldn't be people singing and dancing, but it would be government officials who have integrity, and we could turn them into national celebrities. And this gets to the point that Nuhu made in the first session. Anti-corruption has to be sexy. It has to be something that's fun and interesting and glamorous. And we thought mobilizing the media behind this through a TV show could be one way of doing that. Luckily, the civil servants don't need to sing and dance. They just have to be people of integrity. So we were sitting with our team in Kathmandu and said, right, let's start a TV show called Integrity Idol. So the very next day, we had about 200 volunteers who spread out all over the country and collected nominations from everybody. They went to tea shops, they went to government offices, they even went to private homes and said, do you know an honest government official? If you do, please nominate them for this prize. And we got about 300 nominations. With the help of a panel, we narrowed it down to 5, and we filmed them. And then we partnered with a TV station and put them on national television and set up an SMS system so that people could vote for their favorite. And we had about $5,000 to do this. We didn't really have any money at all. And we were just amazed by the reaction. It was watched by about 4 million people, which is about 10% of the population of Nepal. It was shared everywhere. It created very interesting, positive conversations about integrity and the kind of people that were needed in government. And it inspired the next generation. If we think about anti-corruption, one of the problems is it's always very negative. It's always about corruption, the problem. It's always about the wrongdoers. It's always about putting people in jail. And I agree that the rule of law needs to be enforced. But that approach doesn't always fill young people with much energy. It doesn't always help them understand that there is a different future that they can help to build. And I think if we can flip this narrative and make it about heroes, about the do-gooders, not the wrongdoers, very much in the way that the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre is trying to do too, I think that can really fill people with hope, and that's extremely important, and that is what happened in Nepal. And the winner was an incredible man, a district education officer from a very remote part of the country, who, when he arrived in his district, he found that teacher absenteeism was about 70%. When teachers did turn up, they would arrive drunk. Learning outcomes were extremely low. And he was a reformer. He was like many of you, and he said, I'm going to turn this around. I don't care what the cost is. So he went in, he gave out his phone number to parents, he fired teachers, he even turned up in disguise wearing a fake moustache at schools to catch teachers who weren't attending. And in the course of 4 years, he transformed the learning outcomes in his district from the very bottom of the tables in Nepal to the very top. He's a true anti-corruption hero. And so we famed him on national television. He became famous. And when he returned home to his town, there were thousands of people on the streets chanting, "He is the people's winner, he is our champion." It was incredible to see. It really fills you with hope when you see many young people coming together like that spontaneously to push for integrity. So we've run this campaign in Nepal for 5 years now. We just finished for the 5th time this week. But we also work in other countries around the world, like Liberia. And our team in Liberia said, well, that's a great idea. We would love to do this here as well. So we started in Liberia in 2015, so we're now doing it for the 4th year there. And again, the people who have come through this program are absolutely amazing. The lady, Jube, who won it the first year, is a nurse who did really, really impressive things during the Ebola crisis to make sure that the funds that were given to Liberia were spent transparently and accountably. The gentleman on the left there, Daniel, also a district education officer from the remote southeast of the country, was walking 20 miles or more every day to check on teacher attendance in schools. And when we had the big ceremony, someone stood up and said, "I'm going to buy you a motorbike so that you can now drive between these schools, so it's not as difficult for you." He hadn't been paid by the government for 7 years when we found him. And there was a minister at the ceremony who said, "I'm going to make sure you get back on the payroll." And these are small things, but it begins to build an understanding that if you are a person of integrity, if you do the right thing when no one is watching, it can pay off. It can be something that is not only the right thing to do, but that can be rewarded in very public ways, and that is incredibly powerful. So now it's grown to other places. We started in Pakistan. The gentleman on the left there, Rai Manzoor, our winner, after he won, was called up the very next day by the head of Punjab province, the biggest province in Pakistan, and offered any job that he wanted in the province. Incredible what this can do to change incentives. We run this in Mali. The winners there have been interesting because of the ongoing insecurity in that country. 2 of the 3 winners we've had so far have come from the military or from the justice sectors, and are using this award and the trust and credibility that it brings to push for changes within those sectors. We started in Nigeria. You heard all about Nigeria earlier, a fantastic country. And what was interesting in Nigeria when we did this for the first time last year was that 4 of the 5 winners were women. And we also managed to get some wonderful... Nigeria has a very big media market, so we could tap into a lot of conversations around this and create some buzz, and managed to get 2 amazing Nigerian reformers, Dr. Obi and Dr. Ngozi at the ceremony. Again, really amazing powerhouse women who are doing incredible things for accountability in that country. And the conversation became about gender and accountability. And if you think about it, many of the programs that address anti-corruption and governance are not gendered in any way. It is presumed that men and women face the same challenges when it comes to building integrity within systems. But actually they don't. Those challenges are very different. And there was a fantastic discussion about what that means in Nigeria. And I think there's a lot more research and thinking to be done about that globally. We're running this now in South Africa at a very interesting time politically. And one of the things that we found about accountability, of course, is that there are certain moments, certain windows where there are possibilities for pushing for change and for greater integrity. And those need to be taken advantage of. And one of those moments is in South Africa now, I would argue. So this campaign, I think, is beginning to tap into this, beginning to highlight, again, the amazing people at the local level who are doing the right thing. I think it could be argued that the same is true of Malaysia now too, so it's fantastic to hear that there's a new anti-corruption plan in the works and that this is such a priority for the new government. And we're about to start in Mexico, and hoping to partner with Fernanda on that. You'll hear about her work in a minute. And again, there, reframing the narrative. I think the narrative there has been for so long about the corruption and the way that a lack of integrity is so entrenched within government that narrative needs to be completely reversed. And that can come through these kinds of efforts to what we call name and fame honest people, rather than naming and shaming the bad people. So very briefly, what do we think we're going to do next with the support of this prize? I think we want to continue to do this. There are more countries where this can happen. We want to celebrate these positive deviants, these people who are doing the right thing. And we want to work with them to translate their individual integrity into collective integrity, into values shifts within institutions, because, of course, all of us need to have integrity, and it begins with all of us doing the right thing. But we need others around us. We need to try and shift cultures within institutions, because if the rules that exist do not correspond to the incentives and the cultures and the values within institutions and within communities, then they're never going to work. We're scaling this competition, we're licensing the content, and we're building out the network of idols, connecting them to each other, and to civil service training schools, to act as mentors with universities, to give talks to young people. The video that you saw mentioned a fellowship that we're developing. All sorts of ways, I think, that we can begin to use these role models to push for change and to support this new generation of young people. And I think we've learned a few things through all of this. One is that fighting corruption and building integrity is a long-term challenge, of course. It's generational, which is why young people are so important. This is not going to happen within 5 or 10 years. I think it's going to be 30 or 40 years. But if we can work with these young people in these ways, I think we have a hope for the future. It isn't easy, and it has to begin with all of us. And although we work mostly in developing countries, because that's where we have teams, I want to make it clear, of course, that this is a problem for all of us. In my country, the UK, we have significant amounts of corruption. The US at the moment also has very big problems with this. There are facilitators of these dynamics in the West. And we want to start Integrity Idol there too. So we're talking at the moment to some media companies in the United States about doing it there. And I love the idea of starting a reality TV show to highlight integrity in the time of Trump. And so finally, I think the point I'm trying to make is that corruption is sustained by social norms. There's a lot of research that shows that if a person thinks that everyone around them is corrupt, they are much more likely to engage in that behavior. So we need to shift social norms, and we have to do that through showing that doing the right thing is something that can be celebrated, by holding up role models and using campaigns, I would argue, like Integrity Idol, to rebuild trust between people in power and citizens. And I'm running out of time, so I wanted to leave you with one question, which is, perhaps we can do this in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Blair, Glencourt. Accountability Lab, thank you very much for your thoughts and new ideas. Let us remember that this award is a creativity award. So if someone was waiting for a taxi for a long time and the taxi didn't come, so he thought he can make an application named Uber or Grab, this is creativity. So you could wait for corruption to be here or everywhere or in any other country for a long time. But thinking about a new idea in a creativity way in order to fight corruption, this is what we wanted to emphasize in this award. So thank you very much for the new ideas and the creativity in the ideas, of course, and using also the internet and the media, which we need to use for fighting corruption. The next winner, and she was a nominee last year also for the award, but she won this year, Fernanda Angélica Flores from Mexico. So let's see the video.
Since the age of 6, civil and community associations have shaped the life of Fernanda Angélica Flores Aguirre. Her first introduction to community action was at home, when she participated in the Lions Club of Mexicali, in the program that her grandfather and her parents headed called Receive the Gift of Sight, through which they gave eye examinations, lenses, and even sight operations to people of limited resources throughout Mexico. From these beginnings, Ms. Aguirre has expanded her community outreach, working in fields as varied as voter registration and motivation, gender equality in politics, and youth programs designed to give voice to the younger generation. She is currently finishing an MBA in order to further improve the effectiveness of her anti-corruption programs. Ms. Flores urges people to remember that if politicians and governors are in power, it is only because society gave them their trust and confidence through the voting process. For this reason, transparency and direct communication are fundamental parts of democracy, a message that Ms. Flores is keen to share and amplify. For this entrepreneur and anti-corruption warrior, promoting a transparent, corruption-free government is an act of inclusion in itself, bringing together young citizens and public officials to work side by side to shape their communities.
You may take the floor.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit shorter. Hi, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And this is very, 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 this has been a very honor. Well, darkness of corruption will not pass through the light of society. And this is what we were trying to do for the last 6 years. You know, there's a lot of theory on how to end corruption, and there are tools that our research people has given us, but if as young ones we don't take that tools and make them happen, we won't see them going through, and corruption will be still the same over the years. So I'm here to tell you some few of the tools that we have already used in our country, used in our state, and used in our city in order to recover our politics and in order to end or reduce a little bit of corruption. First of all, I'm going to talk to you about this initiative that it is called 3 of 3. What is this initiative about? All our politicians were just very comfortable. And what we wanted to tell them and what we were reaching for is that they transparent and that they give us 3 declarations. The assets declarations, so we can know how much do they own. The second declaration, that it's the potential conflicts of interest, that it's about what are their previous work positions and who are their friends and allies. And the last one, the taxes. Because, yeah, so many politicians back in Mexico do not pay taxes. So what we wanted to know was, what do they have before they go into government, and what do they have after they go into government? And this was a big initiative back in my place. And what did young people do here to make this happen? I'm gonna need this. Yeah. Okay. First of all, social media. Technology is our best ally. And what do we have to do? We have to expose the people who are not doing their jobs. First of all, we initiated this in 2015, and this year we had elections in our state. So what do we did? To all the candidates, we asked for these three statements. And the people the candidates who did not want to give it to us, we expose them on social media. We tell the people with the faces, with the links of the Facebook pages, with their numbers. This is also the district that they were representing, and the political party they were from. And this was a a huge step. But we also need to say who is actually giving us those declarations. And for example, this is an example on how a politician he gives those three declarations, and this is an example of who didn't. And this is the web page where people could find those assets, because all the declarations that they gave it to us, we make them public. And this is actually the web page where they can find those declarations. But because that's a big thing that we need to do. We need to make everything public. We need to let the people know what is going on. And well, that was on 2015, and we keep doing this every time we have an election in our state and in our country. We keep doing this. But what happened in 2016? In 2016, we, as a nation, and a lot of NGOs, and actually the ones who started with this was these associations. We did a national initiative to make this a law, to make this a constitutional obligation for every public servant. So we divided the corruption acts, and we put them in different types of it, and then we put in this initiative how they should be punished. And to make this happen, we needed these 120,000 signatures of Mexican people who wanted to make this happen, and then we could present it on the Congress. So what did we did as young ones? We wanted to make this happen. So we stood up, we raised our hand, and we said, we are gonna get those signatures. And it was a very huge campaign. And you know what happened? We not only get those 120,000 signatures, we got 634,143 signatures all around Mexico. This was a huge step for transparency. This was a huge step for society, for common society as us, because we were saying to the people that it doesn't matter if you're not in public service. It doesn't matter that if you're just a common citizen as we are, because you can make changes and you can make things happen. And we have the tools to make it happen. So we just have to organize ourselves and being together and work together and start making it happen. This was not just of course, it wasn't just our work, it was all nations' work, hundreds of NGOs' work, and well, we're very proud of this. And this, We now have it in our constitution, and we are still fighting for being obligated and public. It's step by step. So what this led to us after this, we had our anti-corruption national system. The 3 of 3 initiative take a place to us in the anti-corruption national system, and what we did here is to take a seat on the table. Now we have people, common citizens, that are also having voice and vote in this national anti-corruption system. It is not now just about the congressmen and or the senators or the president of our republic. It's also about what the people want. And well, every time a national system is created, you should have a state system. At Mexico, we are a republic and we have 32 states. So we needed to build 32 state systems. So we said, you know, at Baja California, that is the one state that I represent and where I'm from, we're gonna make a good anti-corruption state system. And that's what we did. Because what happened? Our governor, he wanted to design the prosecutor. He wanted to be the one who said who was going to be the one who could punish him. And we said no. And we, as the people, said we are not going to let you do that. And we create another citizen initiative, and we stood up and we innovated at this initiative, and with social pressure and a lot of participation of social citizens, we now have the most innovative and anti-corruption state system in Mexico. So that's also a huge step for our state, for our city, but also for society, because once again we stood up just as people, just as young ones, and we said that we had a voice, and then we demonstrate all around Mexico. And well, there's another initiative that we have recently done that is no vote, no money. I don't know about here, but back at Mexico, we have political parties. And political parties receive a lot of public resources. So political parties, they have constitutional obligations. These constitutional obligations are that they need to improve and to increase civic education, and to increase the voting in the nation. They are not doing that. For example, at my state, at Baja California, not even the 30% of the people stands up and vote. That's not supposed to happen in a democracy. So what are we saying? If you are not doing your job as a political party, we're not going to give you the money that you're receiving. So this initiative was first approved in another state, so we took it and make it happen in our state. So we created the initiative. We went to society, and we took a lot of signatures for the people. People were very excited. People were wanting this initiative to be a reality at Baja California. And what did we do? We also exposed the people who didn't want it to have no vote, no money happen in our state. Those, for example, these two are two congressmen, back at their state congressmen, that they were stopping our initiative. So what we did was, all over again, social media. You're not doing your job, we're gonna expose you. And we're gonna put your face, and we're gonna put your political party, and not just that. We're gonna put your phone number, we're gonna put your email, and we're gonna tell the people exactly what you are not doing it. And not just that. we're gonna tell them to call you and tell them that we want to make this initiative happen. And we create like a little system in a web page where people could put their names and it automatically will send a letter to those congressmen telling basically that they wanted to be see this initiative happen in our state. Well, what happened with this initiative? Right now, we keep fighting for making this happen in our state. It has been a long journey, but we have met a lot of wonderful people. A lot of wonderful people that also have the same ideals and also are now having the courage to stand up and fight for its state. And well, the conclusion that we have got from these initiatives and other initiatives that we have promoted is that we have a big problem with civic education. People want to participate. People want to stand up. People want to raise their hands and their voices. But unfortunately, they don't know how. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're going to schools, we're going to high schools, we're going to universities and telling people how they can participate, how also they can do these initiatives a reality, how can they talk to congressmen and congresspeople and tell them that what they want to see in their state or even in the nation. And it has been pretty amazing how the young ones, they do want to participate, and they are very excited because they have a lot to tell government. Sorry. And well, there are a lot of other initiatives that we want to promote, but we are just waiting because we know that we need to first end with the ones that I was telling you, and then start with the other ones, and here a little bit of the other ones that we already have and just are waiting for the time. But you can divide it in three areas. We want to recover our politics, eliminating the politician privileges. I know this is in Spanish. This is in Spanish. I'm sorry, but this is the names of the initiatives that we were going to promote. And the second one, we want to recover our future. And the third one, we want to recover our peace. So, are you ready to change the way you act? Because the crisis of corruption can be solved. And how can it be solved? You have to change your state of mind. Stop thinking that everything is lost. Have zero tolerance. If you see it, act. Tell your parents, if you're a young one or a child, that don't ruin your future. And as a parent, be an example. Raise your hand. Speak up in your community. Support leaders who fight against corruption. Don't know anyone? Be one. Expose in media and make of technology your best ally. Participate in local and international efforts to stop corruption. Write to the Congress, and if they don't listen, run for the Congress. Of course. Encourage everyone to say no to corruption. Learn as much as you can about to fight corruption. Then put your knowledge into action and insist, persist, and never, never desist. We accept to hold the torch to light the path of future generations in this battle against corruption. Being together is our strength. Fighting against corruption must never be a fight with guns, but with the spirit, changing the concept of corruption within the heart of the people and with education. It has been my pleasure of being here. I'm speaking right now for hundreds of young people who is back in Mexico and who are fighting for these same initiatives. As a group, we are all volunteers. We don't receive any cent of government because we want to have our voice clean and we want to say what we want at the time that we want. social media and the media, the local media has been a great support to make all this happen. And we are going for more because we cannot let that corruption still in our state and is still in our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernanda. Angélica, Flores, winner of Youth Creativity and Engagement. And also, I have to repeat myself that this is the Youth Creativity and Engagement Award. So thank you very much for the new ideas. This is the future of Mexico. This is the future of every country all over the world. So that's why we have an award for youth, because we are thinking about the future. Now we open the floor for questions, and please feel free to ask any question. Don't hesitate, because if you didn't ask your question now, and you'll go home saying, oh, I should have asked that question. So please ask this question now and don't hesitate.
Yeah, my name is Maria. Thank you very much for sharing the efforts that you have made to enhance integrity among the youth. I have kind of clarification to seek from Mr. Black Lancos. It's very interesting that you have developed idol campaigns, yeah, and that would kind of arise awareness among the society. But was there any kind of effort being made among the youth? If you so have it, can you share with us what are some of the initiatives or the self-reflections that these youth of each country have really identified, and what are some of the things that has been, could you say, standardized among the youth, that at the end of the day, these are some of the things that the youth, feel that they're going to take initiative to uphold their integrity. If you so have that kind of studies, could you please share with us after the effort of the idol campaign? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Very good question. I'll mention a couple of things. One is I just touched on it at the end, but we created a fellowship through Integrity Idol now, where young people can serve with the idols in government. So it's a bit like an internship program, but a bit more hands-on, and they're serving specifically with people of integrity. And what we've seen, we've now done a study of that. It's been going for 3 years. Previously and generally within society, young people say, if I'm a person of integrity, I don't want to work in government because I don't think that I can maintain my integrity because everybody in government is corrupt. The people that have come through our program have completely changed the way they're talking. They're now saying, now I realize actually you can be a person of integrity within government. It's not impossible. And actually it's extremely important that good people like us go into government. So that's very exciting and something we want to build on. And again, it's about changing this perception of government and the role that we can all play as part of that. The other thing we're doing, which is really exciting, is, and I did touch on it briefly, is working with the civil service training schools. So the schools and the training that young people go into when they are coming into government, to use the integrity idols as mentors. But now we're even developing in Nepal an incubator process where we're going to work with young civil servants as they come into government and as they are deployed into the provinces, to try new ideas, to come up during their training with exciting different ways of pushing for accountability and anti-corruption, and then to support them to do that in practice. And then the things that work, we'll try and help the government scale up. And in that way, again, infuse government right at the beginning with young people, with innovation and with creativity, and really trying to do different things with technology and changing rules and so on. So we're seeing, we hope, a lot of positivity, a lot more engagement in government, and then with young people in government itself, more innovation and more efforts to make the kind of change that is needed.
Yes.
Sorry, it's okay. This question is for Fernanda. Thank you. You mentioned that on your website, when you find that the government officials are not taking part in the 3 of 3 and they're not giving the declarations that you need, I assume that those officials did not take that lightly. Like they would push back against that in some way, because I feel like that's how some government officials are. So what tools and techniques, did your organization have in place to ensure that you were still able to continue with the work and not kind of bow to the pressure that probably would have arisen after you published their names? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharia. Well, you always have to talk to the society and make the society and the citizens your best allies. And you have to tell them exactly what is happening. You have to be totally transparent with them. And if the society is with you, if your community is with you, then it doesn't matter what they say, because the society will know they are wrong, because you were transparent and you were completely clear with the society from the beginning. And you were telling them that they were not doing it. So let me tell you a story. Yeah, the ones that we are here. When we were at this and at the first campaign in 2015, several candidates came to us and told us, you know, I'm just giving you this because I'm giving you everything of what I am, just because on the streets people told me to do so. Because people tell me that they wouldn't vote for me if I wouldn't deliver you these publications. So that's our strength, the society. And we were telling in social media and in local media, we were telling people, tell your candidate that you won't vote for them if they are not committed with transparency. If they do not deliver those 3 declarations, then don't vote for them, and tell them. And people did. And people did, and that was a huge step. Thank you. Thank you.
I think there are some questions coming. Yes, yes. Yes?
Assalamu alaikum and good morning again. I hope I pronounce your name right, Aguirre? Yeah? Aguirre, okay. I just have one question. Throughout this endeavor that you launched, this creative project that you have done, was your life ever threatened at any point? Because I know Mexico is a very sensitive country. I know people go into jail for, voicing, your rights.
Of course I have. But I'm more scared of watching the new generations and tell them that we did not do anything. That we knew that corruption was a problem and that corruption was stealing their future, and that we did not did anything. And I know any day, anything can happen to me. But at least I was fighting for what I believe was the right thing.
Yes, yes, Adani.
Tardes, señorita. Welcome to Malaysia. As a parent of a teenager, because I'm very impressed with both of what you have shown and all that, but how to convince the teenager, for example, my daughter, that the key is integrity. Because we follow the ministers, they follow the parents. So the example of the parents and the ministers reflect back on the civil servants and also on the children. Yeah? Because previously our tagline was El dinero es el rey. Cash is king. Yeah? So I would like to learn from your experience to tell us how to teach our children to go on the correct path, full of integrity. I agree, the key is integrity. With integrity, you do not have corruption, all right? And last but not least, to you, Senorita, vaya con Dios. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Well, first of all, we should all be an example. If we want the young ones to have integrity, we must ourselves be an example for all of them. I know that, for example, in our case, the ones that we are fighting against corruption, because I'm not alone, there's a lot of young other ones that are in Mexico. We know we have a true compromise that we cannot fail. We need to be straight all the time, and we need to have the integrity and to show them that yes, it is a long path, but we can make things happen all together. And you have, and how to make young ones to be part of this? Make them part of this. Just invite them. They want to participate. They want to be part of something big. They want to change their nation. They want to change their world. They know that things are not, they are not right. And they want to be part of that change. You just have to give them the tools. And you just have to invite them. Because we always say, oh, no, but they don't participate. But many of the times, we don't let them. Or we don't encourage them. Or we don't have civic education. At Mexico, they erase civic education from the elementary school. That's a huge problem. So just let them be part and be an example for all of them.
Can I pass also the question, yes, to Blair?
Just very briefly to add to that, I can completely agree. And I think when Fernanda says be an example, I would say it's not just the big things, it's the very small things. You know, integrity is turning up on time, it's keeping your promises, it's all of these things that children see us do or not do, and they learn from that. And it's that can grow when it doesn't happen into larger issues of integrity and corruption. So make it fun, make it interesting, and live by your word, I think, is the way to do it.
Any other question? I think now we ended this second session. Thank you very much for our youth and creativity and engagement winners, Accountability Lab, Blair, Fernanda, Angélica, Flores. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I think we have to go to my favorite time, lunchtime. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yasser Rafai, moderator of this session this morning, and the recipients of the Youth Creativity and Engagement category, representative of Accountability Lab, Mr. Blair Gankos, and Ms. Fernanda Angelica Flores Aguirre of Mexico for sharing with us today your inspiring stories. Thank you once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this morning session. And on behalf of the organizers of this seminar, we are pleased to invite you to join us for lunch. Our usherers will guide you to the lunch venues. There are 3 different venues that will be serving lunch this afternoon at level 2 as well as the ground floor. For your information, the prayer room is located at level 4, and kindly be reminded that session 3 will commence at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you, and do enjoy your lunch. and thank you for your participation this afternoon. We have the privilege to listen to the recipients of the Lifetime or Outstanding Achievement Award and the Youth Creativity and Engagement Award during the sharing session this morning. We will continue with session 3 of today's seminar on Anti-Corruption Champions, sharing session with the winners of the International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award 2018. Without further ado, I would like to call upon the moderator of the session, once again, Dr. Vetere, to the stage, and thereon to invite the recipients of the Academic Research and Education and Innovation Award to begin the session.
Good afternoon. I think that we all have a very, very good time in what my dear good friend Yasser said that it was the most beautiful moment in life. We had a very, very, very good lunch. Thank you very much to our host. And now may I call the next winners to come and join me here. Please, I have the pleasure to invite my dear good friend from, let's start with the lady. Ladies always first. Dr. Robtel Neajai Pailey from Liberia. And Professor Jason Sharman from Australia. As you have seen at this or in this particular occasion, the advisory board had a lot of difficulties in assigning the thing. This is why in several cases the award has been given ex aequo to two distinguished personalities. So I say that ladies first. So my dear friend, you have the floor. They are going to do the video right away. No, sorry. No. Okay.
Having dedicated his academic life to researching corruption in all its forms, Professor Jason Sharman of the University of Cambridge has pushed forward the boundaries of what we understand about corruption and the effect it can have on a society. Before joining the University of Cambridge, Professor Sharman received his undergraduate degree from the University of Western Australia, followed by a PhD from the University of Illinois, and has worked at the University of Brisbane and Griffith University in Australia. In 2017, Professor Sharman was awarded the Sir Patrick Sheehy Professorship in International Relations by the University of Cambridge and is one of only 3 people to have held this title. His work includes investigations into the corrupt practices used by despots to hide illicit funds, alongside in-depth studies on money laundering and asset recovery. His publications have been reviewed by The Economist, the Financial Times, and the Australian Institute of International Affairs.
Thanks very much, everyone. I'd just like to echo the sentiments of the previous speakers in thanking our Malaysian hosts for their wonderful hospitality, but also thanking ROLACC for bringing me here. I guess academics are known for being quite loquacious and speaking at length. Today I'll speak fairly briefly. I'm speaking about the issue of kleptocracy, shell companies, and money laundering in particular. First off, I'll say a few words about what shell companies are and why they're important for corruption. Secondly, I'll talk about some joint research I did with a couple of fellow academic colleagues, Dan Nielsen and Mike Finley. I'll talk a bit about our results, and I'll finish up with some, again, correspondingly brief remarks about how we aim to advance our research with support of the award ROLACC has kindly given out. First off, to start with a picture here, this is a wonderful mansion in Malibu, California, worth about $35 million that was bought by a government official whose salary is only $60,000 a year. And this government official was the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, a small West African country, who was convicted last year in Paris of money laundering and embezzlement. It's actually next-door neighbours with Britney Spears. I don't know if there are any Britney fans here in the audience today. And the heart of this case was that rather than the official in question, Teodorin Obiang, owning the house, owning the mansion in his own name, instead he held it through a network of shell companies set up by American lawyers that were designed explicitly and wholly to disguise the link between the illicit funds used to buy the house and the identity of the real owner, the beneficial owner, Teodorin Obiang. And you can see that there's a couple of shell companies listed there. Sweetwater, it's the name of the street. It's fairly typical that you have these bland names of corporate intermediaries that are used to separate, screen, and conceal the illicit assets, and then the name of the government official or the other kind of criminal who was set up to, that was set up to obscure this. This kind of grand corruption or kleptocracy involving shell companies, that is, companies that don't have any real or substantive business purpose, is not a do-it-yourself affair. It's not something that kleptocrats or other corrupt officials do themselves. They get professional help. And you can see both the kind of professional help and the kind of problem caused. This is an excerpt from a firm in Wyoming in the United States, which sells shell companies. It's what's called a corporate service provider. And it gives this idea of a shell company can be a fall guy, a decoy, a good friend. These shell companies are expendable. They're wholly under the control of those who create them, but they create this air of plausible deniability there. And as they say, imagine the possibilities. Well, the clients of this particular corporate service provider did a lot more than just imagine the possibilities, because this corporate service provider, still in business, has provided shell companies for corrupt former heads of state from the Ukraine, for schemes used to swindle the Defense Department in the United States, and for other schemes, sort of common consumer fraud as well. Now, precisely because these sorts of shell companies are so useful for criminals, and again, they're particularly useful because of their opacity. The name of the game is, for those criminals or for corrupt officials, is to prevent regulators, is to prevent law enforcement officials, is being able to see through the chain and link the asset to the criminal in question. So in this case, for the previous picture, to link the Malibu mansion with Teodorin Obiang, Vice President of Equatorial Guinea. Well, precisely because these shell companies, if they can't be traced back to the real person in control, precisely because they're so dangerous, precisely because untraceable shell companies are so useful for criminals, we have had a very energetic campaign by international organizations, large and small, to try to ensure transparency. And this is a quote from an organization called the Financial Action Task Force, which we heard about briefly in connection with Nuhu Ribadu's work for getting Nigeria delisted. And kind of translating this, it simply says that those forming shell companies should verify the true identity of the owner, such that if there are law enforcement inquiries about the shell company in question, that it can be traced back to the real individual in control. But of course, the problem is we know that just passing laws or setting regulations may be completely ineffectual. In and of itself, setting a speed limit doesn't make people drive any more slowly. Banning a certain class of drugs doesn't mean that that class of drugs is actually unavailable. So although that we know regulations are out there saying shell companies must be transparent, must be able to be linked back to the real person in control, we have had surprisingly little idea about what difference these make in practice. And so with my two academic colleagues, Mike Finley and Dan Nielsen, we decided, well, the best way to find out if rules really work is to try to break them and see what happens. If you can break the rules easily and you don't get in trouble, then you have some idea that those rules aren't terribly effective. Conversely, if it's difficult to break the rules or you do attract sanctions or punishment for doing so, then at least prima facie we've got a sense that these rules aren't dead letter, that they may be effective. And the particular kind of test that we did, the way that we tried to break the rules, is by going on a massive shopping expedition to try to buy exactly the sort of untraceable or anonymous shell companies that are expressly prohibited by international law, expressly prohibited by the Financial Action Task Force and other organizations. And we didn't just do this kind of once, twice, or three times. We actually made 7,500 approaches to 3,773 corporate service providers in 180 countries, pretty much every country in the world. We wanted to get a sense not just how effective or ineffective these rules were in one country, but rather, given that this problem of money laundering and corruption is a global problem, we needed a correspondingly global picture of what was going on. And we did our solicitations by impersonating a range of 21 fictitious consultants, some deliberately posing a high risk of corruption and money laundering, others more innocuous. We wanted to test not only the overall level of effectiveness, the overall likelihood of these key private intermediaries, the corporate service providers, on whether or not they apply the international rule saying that they must ID the underlying customer, but indeed how sensitive or insensitive they were to risks. And so we did this via email. And there are three basic rationales for getting a shell company. You can see that they're listed in the text there. First off, it's consultancy, and we've already had some reference before about how consultancy is a common kind of alibi or cover story for those looking to illicitly transfer large sums of money across borders. But we also had these three key rationales of tax advantages, which can be code for tax evasion, for limited liability provided by companies, but also, and perhaps most importantly, confidentiality or secrecy that can be provided if, in fact, the shell company owns the asset or the bank account, and thereby if it's impossible to trace the real owner. Okay. You might wonder what's this strange place called in Australia that we claim to be from. In fact, we used a basket of 8 different fictitious individuals from countries that are rightly or wrongly seen as low corruption risks. So some from Scandinavia, Australia and New Zealand as well. We took the most common male names from each of the countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Australia, New Zealand and so on. We used proxy servers, so in fact if you looked up the address of the email, it did indeed seem to come from Denmark, Finland, Norway, Australia, New Zealand and so on. And we sent out this email saying, well, we want a shell company. We're not particularly interested in people knowing our business. How much will it cost? And the crucial question there of what identity documents do we need to provide? And of course, for our purposes, this was the $64,000 question, because if the corporate service providers who were selling shell companies did not ask for identity, this meant that the shell company they were prepared to sell is exactly the kind of untraceable entity that's so useful in the commissioning of these sorts of crimes. But as I said, we wanted to test sensitivity, so if we have a relatively low risk, we wanted to have something that was higher risk as well. And so we have another kind of composite country here. In fact, a group of 7 countries, 3 of them Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea and Guinea, and then 4 Central Asian republics. And each one of these 7 countries, rightly or wrongly, is perceived as being a great corruption risk. Again, we took the most common male name of individuals from each one of these 7 countries. And the idea was that according to international rules, the riskiness of the jurisdiction from which the customer originates should inform the kind of enhanced scrutiny or extra due diligence that should be applied in deciding whether or not to provide a shell company and then doing customer due diligence. But we decided to ratchet the risk up even more by making the person come from or be involved in government procurement, commonly one of the most corruption-prone industries in a wide variety of countries. Note, however, that we kept the frame of the rest of the email pretty much the same. Again, we're a consultant. Again, we're interested in limited liability, tax advantages, and secrecy. And the idea is how much difference if we just keep everything the same in some sense, but ratchet up the risk factor. Does this make it any more or less likely that corporate service providers will reply to our solicitations? Does it mean that corporate service providers will be fussier, more scrupulous, or more diligent in applying the international standards on corporate transparency? Okay, I mentioned it was a large-scale exercise. We sent out a lot of emails. In fact, we've got a database of 22,000 emails that covers our correspondence between our fictitious 21 individuals and all the firms we approached. And of course, we got a variety of responses. Some of them were pretty simple. You can see there, we put out our solicitation and people weren't biting. They weren't going for our bait. With a greater or lesser degree of sarcasm, they said, thanks but no thanks. So there, okay, it could have been soft screening, it could have been they didn't like our riskiness, or it could have been that just on commercial terms they weren't terribly interested in what we were offering. The good news story is when we got emails like this. You can see here's one in the Caribbean nation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And they say, sure, we'll sell you a shell company. And they talk about how we've got to remit the money. But note the crucial bits there. They say, look, we can sell you a shell company, but first off, you have to prove who you really are. We have to make sure that we know who we're dealing with, such that if we get any inquiries from law enforcement or regulators, if the shell company is later linked with tax evasion, with money laundering or corruption, we can look through the corporate veil and say, company XYZ, we remember we sold it to Jason Sharman, and here's a copy of his driver's license, passport, and so on. So this is the international rules working as they should. But unfortunately, not all of the emails that we got, all of the responses that we got were so reassuring. And here you can see our fictitious Uzbek and fictitious Kyrgyz correspondent. And remember, these are the profiles that are most high-risk corruption. And you can see these incredibly blasé, breezy responses about, well, this will just take you 10 minutes, we don't really need any information. And in fact, buying shell companies from these corporate service providers was much less work than buying something from an Amazon or from any other e-commerce site. And here we are for a matter of, these ones cost about $200 or $300. In flagrant violation of international standards, they were willing to provide, no questions asked, exactly the kind of corporate vehicle that's most useful in commissioning not only grand corruption, but a wide variety of other crimes as well. Okay, a few words about general patterns, and then what we're interested in doing in the future. A couple of graphs here. I hope the text you're able to see. I'll go through and explain it just in case. So this one on the left, we say, well, first off, what was the overall picture? We made thousands and thousands of solicitations. Is it more good news or more bad news? Well, almost literally, it's glass half full, glass half empty, in that of all the responses we got to our thousands of email solicitations, about half asked for the identity that they should, usually a copy of the passport page. About a quarter of the responses we got asked for some identity documents, but really not as many as they should according to international rules. But fully a quarter of the thousands of responses that we got were exactly like the two replies that I showed on the immediately preceding screen, whereby the corporate service provider was willing, no questions asked, to provide these anonymous or untraceable shell companies in defiance of international rules. Rather dispiritingly, we found that it made absolutely no difference whether the client was a low-risk person from Australia, not in government procurement, or a high-risk client from a corruption-prone country in the most corruption-prone industry, namely government procurement. So we found out that even though international rules mandate a risk-based approach whereby more high-risk clients attract more scrutiny, that there was really a complete lack of sensitivity there in the system. But perhaps this graph here as well is saying, well, what kinds of countries were more compliant and what kinds of countries were less compliant? And here we got exactly the opposite picture of what we expected. So the tallest graph here on the left is actually tax haven countries were the most compliant. Even though when we read about them in John Grisham novels and see James Bond films, people are always hiding money in the Caymans and Liechtenstein and British Virgin Islands. In fact, we found that on average it took 25 approaches to a classic tax haven country before we found one provider who was willing to sell us a shell company without asking for official ID. We found out that actually developing countries do a better job of applying the rules than do developed countries. Again, a big surprise. We thought perhaps because of lack of capacity that rich countries would do better than poor. In fact, completely the opposite. The OECD countries, despite being the ones that invented rules on corporate transparency, are actually the worst at applying them in practice, we found. One of the worst performers of all was actually the United States, whereas one of the easiest countries in the world to purchase an untraceable or anonymous shell company, and perhaps thus it's no coincidence that Malaysian official number one and people like Obiang have routed much of their illicit wealth through the United States using US shell companies. I'll finish up with just a couple of thoughts about the future. So this is the past research from our Global Shell Games project. And in speaking about this, people said, well, okay, shell companies are important and shell companies are an important part of tackling corruption and a wide variety of other financial crimes. But how about banks? Surely banks are the crux of the issue. And we thought, well, fair enough. We're interested in finding out, just like we're interested in finding out whether corporate service providers apply the rules that, in theory, but do they in practice? So too we're interested in whether banks actually look through these shell companies to find the beneficial owner before opening a bank account. And so, unfortunately, we can lie to corporate service providers, and that's not a criminal offense. If you lie to a bank in writing, like in an email, that can be bank fraud. So for the experiment, for the project that we have underway, we've actually formed 12 shell companies in different jurisdictions, and they're actually going to do the solicitation for us. We've got a list of every single bank in the world and their contact details. We'll be making contact with them, just like we did with the corporate service providers, to see to what extent in practice, as well as in theory, they apply the rules. And then we're sending a friend around on an all-expenses-paid trip around the world to 8 different financial centers where he'll replicate our email shopping experience, except he'll be lucky enough to do it in person. And we hope to be able to update you on the results in the next year. It'll be interesting what we find. Thanks very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we follow the same procedure that questions will be posed at the end to the 2 winners. And so now I have the pleasure to give you the floor. After the showing of the...
In the fight against corruption, it is vital to begin educating the next generation of citizens as early as possible. This was the aim of Dr. Robtel Neajai Pailey, Leverhulme Early Career Fellow at the University of Oxford, when she wrote her children's books, Bagba and Jade. The books introduce children to the effects of corruption on everyday life and have been made into short films and even songs. Dr. Pailey has spoken at a number of prestigious events on the subject of corruption, including a 2016 TED Talk on corruption in Africa, as well as at a number of conferences and seminars across the world. When not furthering the cause of anti-corruption, she also focuses her research and attention on the pressing issues of human migration and gender equality in Africa. Alongside this, with over a decade of combined professional experiences in Africa, Europe, and North America, she has consulted across a broad range of fields while supporting universities, governments, NGOs, media institutions, and regional and multilateral agencies.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, you guys are going to have to do better than that. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, now I know you're awake. So I'd like to thank the Malaysian Institute for Integrity for having me here, for hosting all of us. And I'd also like to thank ROLACC for this amazing and incredible honor. So I've worked in a number of different spheres, as the video showed. I've worked in the media, I've worked for government, I've worked with international and intergovernmental organizations, and I've also worked at academic institutions. And what I've found as being trained as an academic is that we are taught to find the gaps, right? We are taught to figure out what perspectives, who's not being represented in a particular field, and to fill those gaps by looking at what's deliberately silenced or preferably unheard, right? And I realize that I've used this training from these different spheres, but particularly from academia, to look at what are the gaps in the fight against corruption? What are the gaps in the advocacy around integrity that are not being filled? And I've tried to fill these with the 2 anti-corruption children's books that I have written. So what are the 3 gaps that I'm trying to fill? And I think that I have done a pretty successful job, and I intend to do even more with the funding from ROLACC. So the first is, I think, when we have conversations around corruption or integrity, they're often held in adult circles, right? We never really consult children about how corruption actually impacts adversely their lives. So I wanted to find out what would happen if we focused that conversation on children, if we started to have national conversations with children about ethics, about integrity, and about how corruption actually impacts their own existence on this earth. The second gap that I wanted to fill is I think we focus too much on public sector graft. We focus too much on high-level private sector graft, but we rarely ever self-reflexively think about how we're complicit through our own everyday interactions, right? Through our own everyday dubiousness, because we all are complicit in perpetuating corruption. This is the argument that I make. Through our actions, through the things that we do to bypass systems in order to benefit us. But we don't call that corruption. We always point the finger at the high-level public official or the high-level private sector official. So what I try to do is to talk about corruption in everyday forms, right? The third gap that I try to fill is I think the definition of corruption is too narrow, right? Using entrusted power for private gain. The way that I describe corruption in my books is simply lying, cheating, and stealing, right, for children, for them to be able to digest the material. And then related to that, I think the language around corruption is too high level. If you look at the context of Africa, when we talk about corruption, we use colonial languages to talk about corruptions. We use that word corruption. What I wanted to do was look at corruption from local languages, because for me, language is culture. And there are certain things we can communicate by calling someone a thief in Bassa that we can't communicate by calling somebody corrupt in the English language. So those are the 3 gaps that I hope to achieve, and I've been trying to achieve with these 2 books. So Bagba, I'll tell you a little bit about the 2 books without going into too much detail and selling the story. Bagba is a book that was written in 2013, published by One More Book, which is a small niche publisher based in the United States, founded by 5 Liberian citizens who are all artists in their own right. And the book was also illustrated by a self-taught political cartoonist by the name of Chase Walker, who's also Liberian. The book follows a day in the life of twin characters, Sundema and Sundiga, who leave the port city of Buchanan where they live, and they move to Monrovia to visit their aunt and uncle for a few days. And they have a series of encounters and experiences that remind them of this Bassa word. Bassa is one of the languages spoken in Liberia, meaning corruption. Bagba means corruption effectively or trickery. The second book, Jare, is going to be published in January 2019. And whereas the first book teaches children about what not to do, the second book, Jare, means truthfulness, honesty, accountability in the Bassa language as well. So the children, the twin characters, have a series of encounters or experiences that remind them of this Bassa word, Jare. So what does it mean to be truthful? What does it mean to be accountable, not only to oneself, but also one's community, one's nation, one's continent, and one's world? So why did I write these 2 books? People always say to me, you know, why are you focusing on children? They can't change policy. But that's precisely it, right? In my country, Liberia, we have lots of great regulations. We have lots of great institutions. We have lots of great rules and regulations on the books, but we don't implement, right? So I moved back to Liberia in 2007 as a young, idealistic 25-year-old working for the government, and I saw corruption, again, enmeshed in everyday human interactions. I didn't just see it in the government. I saw it in the media circles. I saw it in the churches. I saw it in the mosques. I saw it at the universities. I saw it in the schools. I saw it everywhere. Part of it was a function of the war. During the war, a lot of people had to use very cunning means to be able to survive. But we've still got that sort of mentality. In order to get ahead, you have to do so through very, very dubious means. And again, the way that I describe corruption or bagba in the book is simply lying, cheating, and stealing in the everyday human interactions that we have. But there were two real encounters that I remember that really shook my center of gravity and made me think about these issues in much more granular terms. The first was, when I moved to Liberia, I realized that our whole bilateral scholarship scheme was completely corrupted, right? People were selling scholarships to the highest bidder. They were giving scholarships to their relatives. And the president of Liberia at the time asked me to reform the process. But in the process of reforming, we realized that a number of students who were applying for these scholarships were forging their national exam records. We invited them in, and these were maybe 15 to 18-year-olds, and they denied forging their exam records. After they finally confessed, I realized that 15 to 18-year-olds were already schooled in the ways of corruption. The second encounter I had was at the University of Liberia, where I taught, where I had a conversation with university students about the difference between corruption and contribution. Many of them argued that giving a traffic officer money to bypass traffic was not corruption, it was contribution, because you're contributing to the person's salary, given that they make so little money. So again, they had already rationalized corruption as the norm. It became so normalized that university students and high school students didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. So what I realized is that, again, young adults are already schooled in the ways of corruption. So we really need to build a new generation of integrity advocates and anti-corruption champions at an earlier age, right? Because it's between the ages of 8 and 10 that children really begin to develop an ethical core or a moral compass. This is what child psychology teaches us. I also realized that children can be anti-corruption advocates if we cultivate their inherent integrity, their natural honesty. And I call this a revolution from below, right? It's not a top-down revolution, it's a revolution from below, using children as able-bodied allies in the fight against corruption. So what's my theory of change for Bagba and Jade? Again, I believe fundamentally that children are refreshingly honest until we socialize them to be dishonest. And if you'll indulge me, I'll tell you a short story. And we've probably all heard this story in different forms. So there's a mother and a child at home, and they receive a knock at the door. And the mother peeks through the window and realizes that the person at the door is somebody that she actually doesn't want to talk to. So she tells her child, please tell that person at the door that I'm not home. And the child says, okay. The child goes to the door, opens the door, and says, my mother just told me I should tell you that she's not here. I tell this story often because it's a prime example of children just being inherently honest, refreshingly truthful, until we teach them to lie, until we teach them to be dishonest. What I'm trying to do through these two books is to basically reverse that socialization process by equipping children with the verbal tools to question and even resist the corrupt practices that they see their adults in their lives engaging in. And my hope is that this may enable them to embarrass the adults into living more ethical, upright lives, right, in the everyday interactions that they have. So again, the approach is really about changing values, changing practices, and changing norms, not necessarily changing policy, because we have enough of those on the books. What are the methodologies that I employ? Both formal and informal, because as I've mentioned earlier, I think corruption happens in formal settings, but it also happens in informal settings, right? Through unwritten rules, regulations that we have and that we don't necessarily verbalize. I also do a lot of collaborations, because I think we cannot win this fight against corruption if we do it in silos. We must go across divides. We must have private and public sector sort of collaborations. So what I've done is used a local language, Bassa, to have a conversation about what this means. There is a Kenyan writer by the name of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, maybe some of you are familiar with him, and he argues that he writes only in his native Gikuyu language. And he argues that when African writers write in colonial languages, what you're effectively doing is you're placing your ideas, the ethos of what you're thinking, into a linguistic prison. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to take the language around corruption out of its linguistic prison in Liberia and use local languages, because the force of this word bagba means much more in Liberia if you say it than if you say corruption. The force of the word jaded means much more in Liberia if you use it than if you say honesty or integrity. The other thing that we've done is we've developed multimedia tools co-developed with artists, local artists in Liberia. So we have a song and a music video that was produced by Takunje. The song of the sequel, my younger sister, who's a vocalist in the audience, has sung on the song. We've created a 5-minute radio drama with Flomo Theater, a stage play with Flomo Theater that features an all-child cast, and also a multimedia website, because the idea is to expand the reach of the book beyond the written text and to enable people to have different access to it, because we know that not everybody is going to have access to the written text, but they might listen to the radio drama. They might watch the song or the video. And again, meeting people with the message where they are. All of these multimedia tools were funded by the Open Society Initiative for West Africa, and I'm truly grateful for that support. The other thing is looking at formal adoption of the book into the school curriculum. I have partnered with the Ministry of Education in Liberia, as well as the Ghana Education Service in Ghana, to place the book on supplemental reader lists for 3rd to 5th graders in Liberia and for primary 3 in Ghana. We've also piloted the book in 2 regions in Liberia, 30 schools. We have worked with the curriculum team at the University of Liberia, as well as the Ministry of Education in Liberia, to develop a teacher's guide so that teachers have a sort of guide for how they use the book, with a series of different activities that they can use in companion with the book. And then I've also conducted Bagba workshops not only in Liberia, but across the continent and the Caribbean, as well as the UK. So I've done Bagba workshops in Cote d'Ivoire, in Jamaica, in Liberia, in Mozambique, and the UK. And the idea is to have dialogues with children about why does corruption happen, and then what can actually be done about it. Because children are interesting in that they already have the solutions. We just need to listen to them. So what are some of the future interventions that I hope to achieve with the ACE Award? The first is taking the all-child cast stage play on the road to schools, to churches, to mosques, to town halls, and to ministries, and having something called Forum Theater, where after the theater production, the audience asks the children questions about their character, and they're required to respond in character. And there was one instance where we debuted the all-child stage play in Monrovia, where a young girl from a school in Monrovia in the audience stood up and asked the police officer, the young kid who was about 8 years old, about why he engages in corruption. And she asked, well, police officer, what do we need to do as a society to ensure that you don't take a bribe? And the young person's response was, increase my salary. This young boy already understood that. He already understood that corruption is not just a function of greed, but it's also a function of poverty. There are actual people in society who make so little, and that's not to condone their behavior, but there are reasons why people do what they do, right? It's understanding the psyche around corruption. The other intention is to expand the books to pilots within Liberia in 3 of the largest populated counties, so Nimba, Lofa, and Bong, introducing them to schools across those 3 counties. Also pilots in other countries across the continent. I think of this as a Pan-African movement. It goes beyond the continent of Africa, but I'm starting with the continent because it's where I find myself and that's where my context is. So we're going to Ghana, we're going to Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya, and we're going to work in collaboration with the Ministries of Education as well as anti-corruption agencies. There's also been a lot of interest in translating the book into African local languages as well as European official languages. So I've been approached by Hausa speakers, by Swahili speakers, by Malagasy speakers, by French speakers and Arabic speakers to translate the book. And then last but certainly not least is adapting the book into also other multimedia tools. So the board game, somebody has said that they want to develop a Bagba and Jade board game. An animator has said that he wants to develop the book into a TV animation. In closing, what I would like to argue is that I think children have much more to teach us about honesty. Children have much more to teach us about integrity than we think that they do. And all we have to do is really listen to those messages. And what I intend to do with the books further is to really give children the verbal tools to teach us and remind us about what it means to be inherently and naturally honest. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear friends and colleagues, now the floor is yours. Any question? I think that we heard really two completely different subjects matter from two excellent university professors who really gave us a lesson on how to present their ideas, their studies, their research. I was absolutely impressed. I don't think that I saw your book when we were considering you, but we managed to find a video. Okay. And really, not only myself, but also all my colleagues were absolutely impressed by it. And of course, I have been reading already for quite some time the studies and the research of Sharman, and I think that my good friend Mohamed has already stressed the importance of research for policy development. And no doubt what the research of Sharman is demonstrating is that something that can be extremely useful to not only implement more effectively some of the provisions of financial task force or the provision of UNCAC or whatever other existing law and regulations may be at the national level, but also shows that we should probably try to reply with the same inventive and imagination and methodology to all that corrupt people and in general transnational organized criminality is doing in order to have a more effective reaction. I will stop here. The floor is yours. Francois.
So, Francois Amélie from the Sorbonne University, and my question goes to James Sharman. I think when we spoke together, you also insisted a little bit on the fact that what you're doing is not only to attract everybody's attention on shell companies, but also it will, of course, facilitate the fact of getting back the money, because you're insisting on the fact that the problem today for asset recovery in these cases is just, it's so hard to go through all these different shell companies. Can you please elaborate a little bit also on this aspect?
Any more questions from the floor? Yes, please.
Anis Yusuf. First, let me congratulate both. I think the excellent story that you have shared with us. For the professor, we very much thought that another area of research, perhaps you have something to share with us, is to look at the underground economy. I mean, how do you think this relates in terms of, because we know there's a lot of money there, and that money is being used to pay for corruption. How can we do it properly in terms of from research work, where this will need to be exposed, and I think that would be a good learning from the other side. For you, Madam, I hope you have a chance to look at this institute a couple of years ago started a special module for kindergarten. Perhaps some of the work here that you can look and take back home, but also we would like perhaps to translate those two books that you have to Malay language that we can use here in Malaysia. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay.
I have another question to the professor, sorry. My name is Azman from Malaysia Airports. Prof, quick question. It's about KYC, know your client. So how do you strike a balance? I think from the academic, there are certain laws, probably regulations in the industry itself. How far do you go to, to ensure that you know your clients and then you dive in and extract those kind of information? What's the fine line there?
Any more questions?
A very simple question.
Sorry, very quick, very short question because we are under very strict time limitation. Please.
Okay, how come intelligent people, very super intelligent with PhD professor are involved in corruption? What big they become a corrupted people? Number one. Number two, question number two, in Malaysia, once upon a time, about 2 months ago or 1 month back, the commissioner of Malaysian corruption have told everyone else in Malaysia that there is a corruption happening in Malaysia. The children, the school children is now involved in corruption. But unfortunately, it's been received in a negative way by some NGOs, companies say, you cannot say that. You are like, discriminating the educationists who have been trying to teach all the children at a very low level. So it's wrong for you to say that, even though it happened in Malaysia. What do you think of this kind of people? Thank you very much.
Okay, no more questions.
Okay, lots of questions, lots of very good questions, not much time for answers, so I'll be brief. I was at a presentation by a US government law enforcement official who said he couldn't believe such a nerdy subject as beneficial ownership in shell companies was getting attention, which hurt my feelings a bit, but never mind. Certainly I think that, one of the most important reasons that we need corporate transparency is not only to find the wrongdoers, but find their money and bring it back. And again, Nuhu Ribadu has been one of the leaders of this in Nigeria, and of course there's the very complicated and serious case currently going on in Malaysia now. So I think that basically, unless we can ensure the transparency of shell companies, we can pretty much kiss goodbye to the prospect of asset recovery, that is repatriating the illicit gains of those, running into the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars that have gone through. So I think, it's absolutely a prerequisite for successful asset recovery. In terms of the underground economy, I think there it may well be that banks are more important. The underground economy can be a much broader term, can take into account things that are not necessarily illegal, they just may be off the books, like cash-in-hand payments or so on. And there I'm hoping that our second project, which I spoke briefly about at the end with banks, may shed some light. Again, it builds on the same sort of skepticism that Robtel talked about, that you can have all the rules and laws you want, but if they're not enforced, it doesn't really do much good. And lastly, again, very briefly, a complicated question about know your customer. I think you've got to license the entities that actually create shell companies and make sure they get in big trouble if they're not doing what they should, which sounds very simple, but surprisingly, in places like my own country, Australia, which has very little interest in combating international corruption, but also the United States, that those who form shell companies are entirely unregulated, and correspondingly they don't take transparency requirements very seriously.
Thank you.
Sure. With the invitation of translating into Malay, I would love to. That's a conversation we can have, and I'd be happy to look at the material that you produce for kindergarten kids. I think one of the things that we have to remember is context matters when we're having conversations around corruption, that you can't do a copy and paste, one-size-fits-all approach is, I think, not the right approach to take. But I do think that we can learn a lot from each other, and I think this book, again, I started it out as sort of a book specifically for Liberian kids, but it's now become this sort of Pan-African initiative where people from across the continent are asking me to come and introduce it into their school systems and to translate it so that children across the continent also understand what's happening in Liberia as well. I wasn't sure I completely understood the second question, but I guess my response generically would be that children, I think they're inherently honest, but I think they also model behavior. I think corruption, just as much as integrity, is modeled behavior. So what I'm trying to do is to really make adults uncomfortable with giving children the verbal tools to question and resist corruption. I'll give you a prime example. So there is a part of the stage play, one of the young girls who participated in the stage play is about 8 years old. And after the stage play debuted in Monrovia, her mother came to me and said, honestly, Robtel, I love you, but I also hate you at the same time. And I said, well, why is that? She said, because what you've effectively done is you've created an anti-corruption police officer in my home, an integrity advocate in my home who constantly questions every single thing that I do. But it's not only made me a better parent, it's also made me a better citizen. So I thank you for being, for doing what you're doing. And this book is really revolutionizing how parents interact with their children.
Okay, I think that before we conclude this session with an applause, I think that I should like to say that Sharman mainly spoke about one piece of his research, which are the shell company, because of the importance in connection with corruption. But I think that he has published extensively also in related fields, starting from grand corruption to money laundering, and particularly also the nexus between corruption, transnational organized crime, terrorism, etc. I would like to have placed another question, but we can discuss later between the two of us about this nexus and what would be the thing in terms of criminal policy in general in order to look at this phenomenon from a wider point of view. And as far as the book is concerned, the educational book, I think that is fantastic, it's beautiful. I am glad that you have received so many requests for the distribution and publication in other language. Already the Center for Anti-Corruption and Rule of Law is ready for the Arabic. You have La Sorbonne in France with our Professor Francois, who expressed interest. I don't know whether there are questions with the publisher or whatever. I have no idea of all these things. However, it's a good start in order to have more distribution. And with this, I would like to conclude this session and to start right away. There is no coffee break with the last session. So I will ask, I will ask you to go back to your seat.
Thank you, Professor Jason Sharman and Dr. Robtel. Major Pailey.
And of course, I will have to ask the last panelist to join me here while the movies about their presentation is going to be shown.
The Papua New Guinea Phones Against Corruption initiative is an innovative approach to reporting corruption using the text message system on mobile phones. The SMS system involves close collaboration with government entities, the private sector, media and donors, and it allows citizens to report corruption in a way that is both anonymous and free of charge. The initiative has received over 6,000 messages, almost 38 a day. Of these reports, over 250 cases are being investigated by the Papua New Guinea authorities, with 5 awaiting trial. The initiative is responsible for the arrest of 2 Papua New Guinea government bureaucrats for mismanagement of over $2 million of official funds. According to the OEDC, the beauty of Phones Against Corruption is its simplicity. It is not a mobile app that requires a data connection or a smartphone. It is an SMS interactive system, free of charge for users, 100% anonymous, used in simple mobile phones, requiring no internet. It is an inclusive tool that is accessible by those in the city, but also by those in rural areas, where people are often more exposed to the risks of corruption.
The importance of innovation. You have the floor. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I think I need to introduce myself because unlike the others, our names are not put on. So I'm Appala Saripalli and I have my colleague Sam Irappan working in the Department of Finance. I work for UNDP PNG. I consult on this program. This is a program which is called the Phones Against Corruption program, which is an innovative program that's designed by Department of Finance with help and assistance from UNDP and Australian DFAT. It was designed in 2014. I have the presentation outline here. First, I would like to thank ROLACC for giving this award to a government-run program for the first time, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because all the other people have been private sector organizations or private sector individuals, and this is the first one that comes from a government. And that shows that problem of corruption, governments are equally interested in fighting corruption. It's not just private sector individuals who are perceived to be crusaders for fighting corruption, and governments are always the instigators or perpetrators of corruption. Because corruption ultimately affects votes, and if you want to be re-elected, you need efficient governments to fight corruption. So that's the most important thing that I wanted to mention. So that's the presentation outline. We have the context. Another thing is the problem with corruption is it's a universal problem, but the methods to fight corruption will be contextual. What works in one country will not work in another country. That's one of the reasons why we decided to keep this program as anonymous, because if you look at PNG's context, you will see that it's a small Pacific Ocean island state and 8 million people with 600 islands, 800 tribes, 1,000 languages. It says about a challenging geography on the Pacific Ring of Fire. It's classified as low middle income and resource rich, and that puts donors at a distance from us. And dispersed cultural ethnicity, which is a big challenge because of the tribal Wantok culture system. Nobody wants to report one of their own. That's why we had to make this program anonymous. And it has championed decentralization to deliver services, and global warming and natural disasters also affect PNG a lot, and it has significant infrastructure constraints and also human development problems. And administration and governance challenges is also a big problem. That's why government of PNG recognizes corruption as a big challenge. Despite all its challenges, it has upheld democracy with commitment to remain open and accountable. Throughout history of Papua New Guinea's freedom, there has been only one instance where there was a short break in democratic form of governance, that's probably for a day. And the normal perception is that countries that are corrupt are dangerous, but the reverse is true. All dangerous countries are highly corrupt, but all corrupt countries are not highly dangerous. So in that sense, PNG has got a wrong notion around the world, and I want to dispel that here today. I just wanted to show you this slide because this program started in 2014. And if you see there, in 2015, we held the Pacific Games. In 2016, we held the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Soccer. In November 2018, we held the APEC Diplomatic Summit. Now, this is not possible if the country is dangerous. Yes, agreed, we have problems. Corruption is a universal problem. It's not only a PNG problem. If my annual budget is about $4 billion, there is a report which says that Pentagon cannot equate vouchers worth $6 trillion between the two wars. I need to spend my entire budget for 1,500 years to reach that level. So who is more corrupt? That's a question. What we believe is we can do better that if we can minimize corruption, and this program tries to do that. So these are all the host of initiatives, good governance initiatives that PNG government has been implementing, and Phones Against Corruption is just one of those. You need a host of initiatives. Corruption is just one dimension that determines the quality of delivery of services to people. But you need good governance, you need management, you need a host of initiatives to combine with fight against corruption to deliver those services to the people. So we are running short of time, so I'm not going to elaborate all those good governance initiatives. They're listed there. You have the presentations available for you. I'm just going to rush through the Phones Against Corruption one. The Phones Against Corruption program is an innovative program which takes social accountability, citizen participatory approach to fight corruption. We bank on texts coming to the program, so that means citizens are our biggest partners. So it's basically, like it was shown in the video, it's an interactive text message system. We had to go to the text message platform because in 2014, there was virtually very little internet connectivity, and even if it was there, in the urban centers, the bandwidth was low, so we couldn't go for a smartphone thing. So it asks for 7 key texts. One is 16321, which is the number which you text, and then it asks you for language, which language you want to report in. We want it to be inclusive, give a choice to the people to report in English or Tok-Pisin. So you type E for English or P for Pisin, and then it asks you 3 quick questions: where, when, and whether the transaction is financial, the corruption that is involved is financial or non-financial. The reason behind putting this one is all corrupt transactions are not necessarily financial. There are non-financial aspects to it. So when we get the non-financial texts, we partner with the Ombudsman Commission and hand them over those texts so that they can investigate them. Being Department of Finance, we only are interested in investigating the financial aspects of corruption. And even then, our liability ends once we have gathered the evidence and passed it on to the police. Because we don't have the investigative prosecution powers are with the judiciary and investigation powers are with the police. So our job is to gather the evidence and pass it on, so in a way to minimize corruption. Then it asks you what, and finally it gives you a thank you message. It's not a mobile app, it's just an SMS system, does not require internet connection, is free of charge to the users. We kept this free of charge because we want people not to pay for it, and we pay for it in advance in SMS bundles. We buy 50,000 or 100,000 bundles, and we pay for it in advance. It is anonymous. This anonymity is maintained. We have a communication partner, and we have a technology partner. When you send a text as a citizen to report abuse of power or corruption, it goes to the communication partner. The communication partner hosts all the texts on his website. The technology partner draws them down and deletes the phone number and puts a case ID number and hosts it back on his site. At the Department of Finance, we have the access to the technology partner's website. We draw the information down, we download it into an Excel file, and then upload it back into a database management system so that we can investigate and analyze the cases. It works with any simple phone. Even a phone that you buy for $3 or $4 on the street, you can work with it. And it is user-friendly, and it's available in local language. It's a special number, and 98% coverage because Digicel was the technology partner that we went through in 2014 because they had the biggest coverage. So this is the base. We tried this program before going out into scaling up this program. This program was tried within the Department of Finance for 3 years. And we had these results in those 3 years. And in towards end of 2016, there was an initiative a joint initiative between DFAT, Australia, and UNDP, Bangkok Regional Hub, Anti-Corruption for Peaceful and Inclusive Societies. DFAT had given $5 million to UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub to scout for innovative programs within the Asia-Pacific region so that they can fund them. So they called for expressions of interest. They had received 50 expressions of interest. They shortlisted 23, called us to Bangkok. We went and made a presentation. They shortlisted 8, called us to Singapore in March 2017. We went and made a presentation, and then they gave us a small funding of $100,000 a year, $100,000 for 2018 and $100,000 for 2019, and asked us, how we are going to make difference with $100,000. So that was the time it was a challenge, because $100,000 in any Pacific SIDS country is not a lot of money, because the costs of running anything in the Pacific SIDS countries is very, very high. So we had a complementary program, which was the audit committee meeting program, which came from, again, funding based from DFAT under the public sector audit program, in which they would establish audit committees within the government. So we had 43 agencies where the audit committees were established. The audit committees have 2 independent members sitting in the audit committees. So we use them for the openness of those things, and we use the infrastructure that is available within the audit committees to roll this program out. So that is how we tried to roll the program out, and to date we have rolled the program out to about 31 audit committees, where we attended by conducting 15 workshops. The rationale behind the program was somewhere in 2012, 2011, when the LNG prices were high, PNG was estimated that they would get a lot of revenues from LNG sales. So what they did was, it has 89 districts, so they decided to decentralize and provide 15 million kina to each district for improving services within the districts. But the people were not able to see the improvement in services, so that's when the Department of Finance decided to use citizen participation to track how it affects them. There, you can see there, you have the grants that come to the government is only about 8.1% of their budget. And there is a TIPNG estimate which says that 40% of PNG's revenues are lost to corruption. So this is the model that the program follows on. If you have 40% corruption and you have invested $1 million, you lose, and finally the service delivery gets only 640. If we are able to reduce the corruption by 5% slabs, you can see what difference it can make. So the program basically tries to see that there is citizens participate in the program, and Department of Finance is able to identify the gaps where governance needs to be strengthened so that service delivery can be improved. So how the scale-up works? What we do is, all the texts come to Department of Finance. We go through the texts, we scroll through and categorize them into the agencies, and we identify which texts we can send back to the agencies. So any text that points to a crime or corruption or abuse of power that is below the Chief Internal Auditor's level at the agencies, we send it back to the agencies so that they can investigate. If it is above the Chief Internal Auditor's level, we keep it at our level at the Department of Finance to investigate those cases. The audit committees meet once every 3 months, so they start monitoring the progress of these cases, and we actually try and compile quarterly reports to see how each agency is doing in monitoring their reports. So this is how it works, and if you can see that from 2014 to 17, we had 560 cases. But since the program was rolled out to the agencies, 43 agencies that we called a workshop in April, you can see there is an increase in texts. Almost by 280 cases have been registered with 2,788 texts. So there is a big, as far as the program is concerned, up to the stage of application, of creation of the SMS or the scaling up is fine. But now the big challenge is to ensure that effective investigations of this at agency levels takes place. So what are we going to do with the ACE award funds that we get? It's a cycle. We need to create an app, we need to create the awareness, and then we need to take actions, and then we need to communicate those actions back to the people to get them to get confidence and credibility built into the working of this program. So this box which is here, we have done that till now. So with the ACE funding, what we try to do is we try to strengthen now how we can improve the actions. One, we need to train staff at the individual internal audit level at the agencies So we need to conduct workshops for that. We need to put the courses, design courses suitable and put them on the website. We need program staff additions, and we need to support resources for investigations at agencies and support new audit committees to join the program, and then strengthen partnerships with the private sector and civil society. So that is what we would like to use the funding on. The political will to support open governance, we have that. This program participatory process evidence by Phones Against Corruption. We have the open governance initiatives by the audit committee. We have good governance initiatives evidenced by Ombudsman, leadership code, and things like that. And supporting decentralization and devolution of power to subnational governments, evidenced by SIP funding and significant investment in key sectors to enhance provincial growth and ability to deliver services to citizens. So these are the MDGs, SDGs, and Vision 2050 document of, though there were some key lessons that we learned from reduce dependency on extractive industries, diversify economy through growth and renewable sectors, enable private sector for contributing to sustainable growth, and invest in human development and good governance. So these are what the Alata Accord 2 and MTDP 3, Medium-Term Development Plan, this is what they are trying for, and they do realize that fighting corruption is one of the dimensions that they need to address. So good governance is a key enabler for PNG to aim at Vision 2050 objectives. You need devolution of power to provinces because the provinces are remote and they are in a better position to deliver services because of the remoteness from the main areas. And you need better infrastructure and service delivery, and you need to strengthen human resource development through health and education, and improve GDP through public service excellence, and open and transparent and accountable government. Reduce crime and corruption to help private sector to contribute to economic growth, and sustainable and equitable development, enhance living standards and quality of life. Inclusive citizen participation in governance, that is what this program aims at. And MDGs, failures, and key lessons for meeting the SDGs. PNG happens to be one of the 3 countries that didn't meet any of the MDGs, and the other 2 countries were Sudan and Afghanistan, and I don't think PNG falls in that cadre. So finally, a big thank you for the ACE Awards Committee for recognizing for the first time a government-run program for this award, because it is going to encourage other governments to strive for excellence. And the Wantak newspaper team for nominating us, and Honorable Marape, the PNG Minister for Finance, for political will to support the program, and to Dr. Nangan, Secretary Gope NGDO, for his leadership, commitment, and support. These 2 gentlemen were replaced in 2014, and that is when all the initiatives started. So you clearly need political will and leadership to support any good anti-corruption programs in any country. And it can happen from the ground level, or it can happen from the top level too. To UNDP ACPACE initiative for funding the scale-up program, to Goa PNG DOF team at IICD and PCAB for supporting this program, and UNDP PNG country office team for their support, and a big thank you for the PNG citizens and all partners and stakeholders for trusting this program and participating in it. Thank you.
We have the convening power to bring heads of government and organizations together to help fight corruption. This is the aim of Ghanaian anti-corruption expert Dr. Roger Koranteng, to bring nations and organizations that were once fighting corruption alone together, pooling resources and expertise to end the scourge of corruption and remove its corrosive effects on society. Dr. Koranteng is also the principal specialist responsible for public sector governance and anti-corruption at the Commonwealth Secretariat. he has responsibility for governance, anti-corruption, democratic and oversight institutions in all the 52 Commonwealth countries. His work centers on developing countries in Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, and Asia regions. Dr. Koranteng is the lead trainer and governance and anti-corruption advisor for the Africa Commonwealth Secretariat, and used his position to bring together the heads of African anti-corruption officers to peer review anti-corruption initiatives, set performance benchmarks, and exchange best practices. A bilateral information sharing agreement between Ghana and Nigeria is a direct result of the work spearheaded by Dr. Koranteng.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to thank the organizers, all the organizers, for making it possible for me to be here again. Again, because this is not the first time I've been in this institute. If you mention about anti-corruption in the Commonwealth, a population of about over 2 billion, every continent is represented, every language is represented. One name will be very, very obvious, and the name is Roger. I've been in these premises to deliver a lot of lectures in the past on corruption, bringing all the Commonwealth anti-corruption agencies, reps, across all the continent in this room. So I'm very familiar with this. So I thank you for being here this ceremony. I'm going to take you to a walk through my story as to when I got into the Commonwealth Secretariat. So I'm going to look at the presentation, the structure of the presentation. I'm going to look at the Association of Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Agencies. Then I'll look at the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. Then I'll look at the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commissions and Anti-Corruption Bodies, and some research and publications that I've done. So my anti-corruption work in the Commonwealth Secretariat centered around 3 areas. The three-pronged approach has to do with creating networks and community of practitioners, of course, Anti-Corruption Commission of Community of Practitioners. Then also centered around capacity building, and then research and publication. The aim of all this is to strengthen the anti-corruption agencies' capacity to deliver on their mandate. Because at the end of the day, if the anti-corruption agencies are not able and are not capable, there's no way they can lead the fight against corruption. I must also recognize Mr. Abu Kassim, who also have brought all the Commonwealth anti-corruption agencies to him in this area at the time that he was the head before this appointment. We wanted to invite him, but before we realized he has also been, I wouldn't say pushed out or left office. So that is some of the problem I have with my anti-corruption heads. So in terms of background, what happened was that I got into the Commonwealth Secretariat in 2008. But before then, I was a lecturer. I taught at the University of Birmingham in England, and then I decided to go home in Africa, Ghana, to help. But long before then, I was in Ghana for just under 1 year, then I got an appointment at the Commonwealth Secretariat, so I came back to London. When I got there, what did I do? I started looking at in-country collaborations, approaches. And in this case, I was looking at how can I help all these Commonwealth countries to fight corruption, one person dealing with all this continent. So what I did is that I started mobilizing the institutions and other stakeholders involved in monitoring, detecting, responding to corruption-related issues. Now, following a number of years of doing this work, particularly helping member countries to implement their national anti-corruption policies. Because what I realized that World Bank, UNDP have given a lot of money for all these agencies and countries to develop national anti-corruption strategy, but all of them were left in the shelf. There was no implementation, there was no enforcement. So my first point of action was to help to implement this. After that, then I started scratching my head. What can I do? So I decided that in order to maximize my budget, which I cannot deal individually with all the countries who are, at the time were about 54, I decided to have a regional strategy. So in 2011, I decided to invite all the heads of Commonwealth Africa anti-corruption agencies to a conference in Botswana. At the time, my main idea was to form an association or a network. Because why did I do that? I realized that I was sending consultants to all these countries to go and help them to deal with the corruption. But it was not working. Why? Because the consultants were foreigners. They didn't understand the local landscape, the culture, the language, the way they do things. In fact, the context. So they were not able to make any headway. Then I scratched my head. I said, what kind of thing can I do? Then I realized that, oh, in every continent, you're going to have countries who are doing far better than others, even though they are all confronted with the same challenges. So if countries in the same environment can do better, then why don't I bring them together so that those who are doing well will teach those who are not doing well in their own culture's language because they are in the same environment. So that's what I did. So I brought all the African heads of anti-corruption agencies together. And the direct result of that was that I created the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies, inaugurated by the president of Botswana, who has a huge political will to support corruption efforts. At the time, we decided to institutionalize it. So every year, we're going to meet in various countries. So since 2011, we have met in different countries: Botswana, Zambia, Mauritius, Ghana, Tanzania, Namibia, Malawi, Nigeria this year. Next year, we are meeting in Uganda. Now, the main idea was that we want to share best experiences and best practices. And we also invite international experts to come share ideas with the heads. So we brought Transparency International, who've been doing the rankings, to demonstrate how they do the ranking to the heads. We expect Francis Vogel, who is co-founder of Transparency International, and important people like that. The idea is to share experiences and best practices. When we go to the meeting, it's not a conference per se, it's a review meeting. Every country will have to present innovative way they have developed to fight corruption in their country, and they will share it among their peers. Now, each of them, after the presentation, each country will be asked to select which presentation you like most, that you want to go and learn more after the conference. And then you go back to your country to implement the same and come and share the experiences the following year we meet. So it was like a healthy competition among the heads to show innovative ideas so that countries will select your presentation. In fact, we have able to increase our transparency perception rankings on the continent. So in terms of some of the outcomes, we signed a lot of MOUs to further the collaboration. So like Mauritius have signed a lot of MOUs with other countries. Ghana and Nigeria signed some MOUs, which the clip also showed. We also built solidarity because you see, some of the anti-corruption agencies, as you know, if you hear their stories like in Nigeria and other places, it's a very terrible thing. So they need to form a solidarity to support one another in terms of when you are confronted with hostile domestic environment. We also have able to sustain the association because some of the things is that all the heads always participate fully in the association activities. And they all pay their own fares to come to the association. Now, association is voluntary. So for us to get 100% participation, that means they get something beneficial. Otherwise, nobody will waste their time there. But since 2011, it has always been fully participated. So this positive trend is reflected by the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, in which the top 10 of the least corrupt countries in Africa are all Commonwealth countries. And none of the bottom down is a Commonwealth country. So that means that we are able to at least show some results by the act. The next point I want to make is the establishment of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. At the second meeting, I did a needs assessment of all the heads of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption agencies. And the needs assessment, the results was that all of them lacks capacity. Capacity in prevention, capacity in investigation, capacity in prosecution, capacity in public administration, public education, lack of capacity in monitoring evaluation. So what am I going to do with this? So what I decided was that I have to find a training center for them. But I didn't have money. So what I told them was they should go back and conspire with their government and see if any of them, any government will be prepared to host a training center for the anti-corruption agencies in Africa. In fact, I received 3 nominations. The Gambia, interesting, Gambia didn't have even an anti-corruption agency, but yet they wanted to host a training school there. But anyway, that's by the way. Then Botswana, then Mauritius. I look at the proposal and I selected Botswana because Botswana, the president was an anti-corruption crusader. So I personally went to him and sat with him and negotiated hard. I drove a hard bargain. I said, Mr. President, I needed an office, 5 staff, paid, a training facility. If you can give me that, I'll establish the center here. He looked at me and said, young man, I'll give it to you. I said, thank you, Your Excellency. Then I went back to my secretariat, my Secretary General. I said, look, I've gotten this from the Botswana government. What I need is money to run the center. He said, what is your budget? I said, it's 250,000 every year. I need 4 years. So 1 million. He said, Roger, you got it. So with that, I have got a training center going. I developed an MOU between the Commonwealth Secretariat and that of the Botswana government. And the day, that was 25th February 2013, the training center, Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Training Center, was launched in Botswana, Gaborone. And the 2 representatives, the Deputy Secretary General of Commonwealth and the Vice President of Botswana signed the agreement. The agreement was simple. The Commonwealth Secretariat will commit £1 million to the center and they will pay up to 250,000 per year for an initial period of 4 years to cover activities and programs. The Botswana government will commit an in-kind contribution of 5 fully paid staff, office accommodation, a provision of a training facility. So their contribution, if you commit it into cash, it will be about £150,000 per year. And then the heads of the anti-corruption agencies will sponsor their staff to come to the center, to come and assess the program. So we had the center going. Of course, the goal of the center was to reduce corruption, but specifically was to build capacity in all the areas, prevention, investigation, prosecution, monitoring, evaluation, and all that. Operationalization of the center. I've got the money, I've got the center, I've got staff. I've thought my work was done. I went back to London in my office to concentrate on other regions. We launched the center in February. In August, I received a letter from the Botswana government through the Secretary General of the Commonwealth that get Roger to come back to Botswana. Why? He said the center is there, nothing is happening. I said, why? So I had to go back to Botswana, stay there for 3 months, and operationalize the center. Register the center, call for donor conference, I brought UNDP, World Bank, Basel Institute, Transparency International, name them. How are you going to help me to run the center? I need international resource person, free of charge. And that's what I got from them. So I ran the program, and after 3 months, I went back when it was rolling. I went back to my office in London. But every month, I have to travel to Botswana to go and deliver programs and make sure that it is running. And I always got resource persons free of charge from all the international donor agencies. One of the innovative things I did at the center is that, based on my teaching experience, I realized that if you train people 1 week and you leave them, before you check, they've gone for another training there, another training there, another training there. So when you assess whether they've built capacity or what they've learned, they have applied. So here, what I did is that I will hold the participants who come to the training for 1 year. 1 year, you come for 3 interventions of 1 week each. The first week, you come, we're giving you the knowledge, the skills, but we're giving you a project to take home. And that project, you have to go and implement and give us report and feedback. Once you get that, we will invite you for the second phase after a quarter. You come, the second phase, you present your project, we all discuss as a group, each of them, and then you go back, complete after 3 months, you come for the final phase. So in that case, by the time you finish, we know that what you have taught you, you've applied because we have evidence of your feedback and your report. And that is how the center has been running up to now. So we have partnership, as I've mentioned, with UNODC, African Development Bank, all those agencies. They've been helping us, Transparency International, City of Police in London, and a whole lot that I've been contacting, and they come in to help run programs in the center. In terms of achievement, the Commonwealth decided to have an independent evaluation, and the results was very interesting. The results was that 65 anti-corruption agencies reps found that at least 80% considered the CAC, that is Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center courses, had significant, expanded their knowledge. 70% reported significant improvement in their ability to perform their current job. And at least 68% reported making significant changes in their work after returning from the center courses. So it means in terms of achievement, we have done extremely well at the center. In terms of the sustainability, if you look at the enthusiasm at which the anti-corruption agencies participate in the programs, it tells me that they are very, very committed to it. One of the things also did was that I asked each of the agencies to pay subscription fee. And the subscription fee, since I instituted it, as at to date, I've able to mobilize $250,000 and it's still growing because that money, I have not touched it. They pay and I put in an escrow account. So long as I can raise money, I want to build that fund for future, say against the rainy day. When I don't have any funding or emergency, then we can still use that money. But for now, I'm just growing that amount for the association and for the center so that they can continue to operate long after I've left the Commonwealth. Based on the success of the Commonwealth Africa experience, I moved to Caribbean and I repeated the same thing. I mobilized the heads of the anti-corruption agencies in Caribbean. They call the anti-corruption agencies integrity commissions. So in 2015, I brought all of them together and formed the association in Grenada. And then they meet annually as we've been doing in Africa. So in Grenada, they met in 2015. Trinidad and Tobago 2016, Jamaica 2017, Turks and Caicos 2018. And the Cayman Islands is next year meeting. And I'm repeating the same innovative model I did for Africa in the Caribbean. In terms of the training center, again, I've negotiated with the Grenada government, who have given me the same thing Botswana government did in terms of training. So we're working with them to also train the Caribbean anti-corruption agents in the training center in Grenada. I myself, because I'm a facilitator, I'm a trainer and a lecturer, and I've combined theory and practice. Because if I were in the academia, I was an associate professor. Now I'm in the Commonwealth Secretariat doing practical things, so I know that there's a difference between theory and practice. As at now, I've been in the Commonwealth Secretariat for over 10 years now, I've delivered over 250 anti-corruption capacity development across the whole Commonwealth countries, including Malaysia here, so many times in Singapore, Sri Lanka, everywhere, Caribbean, Pacific, and everywhere. I've delivered all these capacity building programs because I realized that with capacity developed, the skills and knowledge, they can fight the corruption wherever it is. But if you want them to fail, don't capacitate them. In terms of research, I also... Oh, okay. All right. So let me say, I would like to just say in terms of research, I also do research. The last book I've just released is Tackling Corruption in Africa. And I think it's a good book that we want to say. So in conclusion, I would say that we demonstrated commitment to fight corruption. There's no way we cannot succeed. I want to thank all of you for having me here. It's been a pleasure, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Many, many thanks. I think that we are pressed by time and we have to conclude. I don't think, unfortunately, that there is time for questions because I was told that we have to close in order to allow the continuation of the meeting at a different level. And therefore, first of all, I wish to thank our speakers for their very, very important contributions, innovations, and an entire professional life devoted to the development, capacity building, and training, and coordination, support to the Commonwealth Country Secretariat. You are a great colleague. I have been working in the United Nations for so many years. I know what is involved, and therefore I think that we all admired what you have been doing, as well as a small thing with the telephone, what impact can have in the local population in Papua New Guinea, and of course our best wishes, so that it does not continue to remain with those other two countries that you have just mentioned. Okay, we all know the importance of development and of further progress. And finally, I think that I have to close the meeting by simply saying that this is the first occasion, as I mentioned before, in which the ceremony of the award was followed by a seminar of this kind. We do hope that in the future we can follow this model. We do hope that our friend Brian, together with Fernanda, can work together to prepare the ground for a very successful meeting in Mexico next year for the award there. And I would like to take this occasion, this is now the third ceremony, if the younger one of this side our dear friend from Mexico and Liberia would start contacting all and be in touch, not only with the champions and the winners of this session, of this year, but also with the previous one, in order to start having a coalition of winners to help us and to help the international community to have a more effective action against corruption. And with this, I think that I declare this meeting adjourned, thanking our host for the great hospitality and thanking again the Center for the Rule of Law and the Center for Integrity here for having taken this initiative. Thank you, and remain there seated.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, we take this opportunity to thank Dr. Eduardo Vitere for moderating this afternoon session and the recipients of the Innovation Award, Phones Against Corruption of Papua New Guinea, represented by Mr. Apala Saripali and Dr. Roger Koranteng of Ghana, for sharing with us their knowledge, ideas, and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we take this opportunity to congratulate the recipients and anti-corruption heroes who are here today to share their inspiring stories with us in Malaysia. We are proud to host you and this significant event here at the Malaysian Institute of Integrity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat, please, as we are about to begin. Announcing the arrival of Young Ahmad Berhormat, Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamad, Prime Minister of Malaysia, accompanied by His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Fatais Al-Mari, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of ROLACC. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. You may all be seated. Thank you. Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamed, Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Azizah Dr. Wan Ismail, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Fatais Al-Mari, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre, Doha, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abu Kassim bin Mohamed, Director General of the National Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption Centre, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Muhammad Shukri bin Abdul, Director General of the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, Yang Berusaha Dr. Ahmad Fazli bin Ahmad Tajuddin, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysian Institute of Integrity, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests and presenters, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of this seminar. In this morning's session, we had the privilege to hear sharing from each and every award recipient's initiatives and experiences in their fight against corruption. They shared their hard work and challenges with seminar participants, and there were definitely some in-depth and engaging question and answer session. It is hoped that all participants have been enlightened and inspired. And now, for the moment that we all have been waiting for, it is our greatest honor to invite Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamed, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, to present the closing address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Azizah binti Wan Ismail, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Fatais Al-Mari, Attorney General of Qatar, winner of Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al-Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award 2018, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abu Kassim Mohamed, Director General of the National Centre for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, Their Excellencies, the Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the winners of the prestigious Sheikh Tamim Al-Hamad Al-Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Awards 2018 who are present here today. The Anti-Corruption Award should be applauded as it celebrates efforts and sacrifices made by those who combat corruption relentlessly. The award should motivate governments, academic institutions, the media, and civil societies to look at the anti-corruption drive as a noble cause and that they should be steadfast in combating the scourge which has proven to be the cause for the downfall of many civilizations. It is in this context that they should all adopt and understand the principles of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and collaborate towards its implementation. By hosting the winners of the Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al-Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award today, Malaysia reaffirms its seriousness and commitment in fighting corruption. Malaysia is indeed honored to host this prestigious event for the first time in collaboration with the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Centre, ROLACC, which is based in Doha, Qatar. I am pleased to know that today's sharing session with the winners of the Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Award 2018 has provided a platform for the winners to discuss, share knowledge and experiences, as well as exchange innovative ideas and good practices in promoting integrity and combating corruption. In addition, this seminar is also an opportunity for those present to strengthen strategic networking and alliances between institutions and individuals that champion integrity and good governance. It is an understatement to say how important this networking is, given the extent of the cross-border white-collar crimes which are usually successfully committed with the assistance of corrupt officials. Malaysia is currently in a new era with a new government that took over a corrupt one. As such, the new government's commitment to eradicate corruption is paramount. We realize our restoration and rehabilitation of the nation from the damage suffered under the previous administration will not be successful unless we address the root cause of the problem, which is corrupt practices. We are moving forward in restoring the nation's pride through the reinstatement of the rule of law, redressing miscarriages of justice, and bringing about reforms to the institutions of government. All these are pursued alongside with initiatives in the war against corruption and efforts to instill integrity. One of the initiatives is the establishment of the National Center for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, or GIACC. Since its establishment, a number of major steps have been taken, which includes coordinating and implementing tasks related to governance, integrity, and anti-corruption with all ministries and ministerial departments, as well as being the secretariat to the Special Cabinet Committee on Anti-Corruption. GIACC is the central governance planning unit that helps the government to formulate national policies such as assets declaration, gifts policies, as well as the political funding to combat money politics. Thus far, Malaysia's effort in combating corruption and our initiatives to enhance good governance have been well received, accepted by the public, and have also received international recognition. Another initiative undertaken by the Malaysian government involving the private sector is the formation of integrity and governance units that will be placed under the supervision of the company's respective boards of directors. This is aimed at ensuring that corrupt activities are monitored and curbed, apart from making good governance customary. Furthermore, corporate liability laws has been gazetted this year in order to strengthen the corporate sector's administration. At the same time, all ministries, agencies, departments, and government-linked companies that have been categorized as high risk will have to implement the international organizational standards of ISO 37001, the anti-bribery management system. This system is aimed at combating corruption and instilling the culture of integrity. With the implementation of ISO 37001 in the identified ministries, agencies, departments, and GLCs, Malaysia will probably be the first country in the world to have its public sector adopt the ISO 37001 certification. Apart from the anti-bribery management system, companies and organizations are also encouraged to run a common corruption risk management exercise. CRM is a management process that helps organizations identify the risks of corruption, abuse of power, and embezzlement. It offers a systematic risk management plan in establishing good governance, which reduces the opportunity for corruption. I am happy to announce the latest initiative that Malaysia is putting into place is the Ministerial Guidelines on Adequate Procedures. This document entails corporate liability strategies that are pursuant to subsection 5 of the new section 17A of the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2009. These guidelines will ensure commercial organizations employ the fundamental measures to minimize the risk of corruption. The Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Act 2018 was passed by Parliament and was given royal assent on the 27th of April 2018. The main purpose is to introduce the new section 17A, offense by commercial organization. Under section 17A of the MACC Act 2009, the commercial organization may be liable for the corrupt practices of its employees and or persons associated with the commercial organization in cases where such corrupt practices were carried out for the organization's benefit or advantage. Under subsection 5 of section 17A, the minister is required to issue guidelines relating to adequate procedures. Therefore, guidelines have been drawn up to assist commercial organizations in understanding what are the adequate procedures that should be implemented to prevent the occurrence of corrupt practices in relation to their business activities on the basis of the 5 principles of TRUST, trust, as follows. T for top-level commitment, R for risk assessment, U for undertake control measures, S for systematic review, monitoring and enforcement, and T, training and communication. The guidelines may be used as reference point for any anti-corruption policies, procedures, and controls the organization may choose to implement towards the goal of having adequate procedures as required under the above statutory provision. The enforcement of Section 17A will be effective on the 1st of June 2020. I'm happy to launch the guidelines today, and we hope that the commercial organizations will have ample time to prepare themselves for the new obligation, which without doubt will bring manifold benefits to the business's bottom line. Another anti-corruption initiative in the pipeline is the National Anti-Corruption Plan, which is scheduled to be launched in January next year. It is a 5-year plan which aims to clearly set out practical targets and initiatives that will be taken up in tackling corruption domestically from 2019 to 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, integrity is a key in fighting corruption. No government can prosper without integrity leading to good governance. It is my fervent hope that the various agencies tasked to fight corruption will do so with determination and without fear or favor. Because corruption is corruption, and it is a crime no matter who commits it. The rule of law is crucial in combating corruption. It is only when we abide by the laws of the country that corruption can be reduced. The society at large must understand that corruption is a crime and a deterrent to nation building. People must play their part in efforts to eradicate corruption by working hand in hand with the government and its machinery. When someone is regarded as being above the law, then corruption will ensue. I am pleased to see so many anti-corruption champions that have come forward to make their voices heard today. Malaysia certainly needs more integrity champions in the fight for a corrupt-free country. These initiatives, I believe, will make Malaysia very attractive to bona fide private investors and foreign investors. It is my hope that more Malaysians can emulate the champions and winners of the Sheikh Tamim bin Mohamed Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. I am sure in the not too distant future, one of the organizations in Malaysia will be a winner of this prestigious award. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this sharing session today, namely the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Center, or ROLACC, which is the main organizer and supported by the National Center for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, or GIACC, the Malaysian Institute of Integrity, and the Malayan Anti-Corruption Commission, MACC. On that note, I officially announce the closing of this seminar. I thank you.
Thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir. Now the time has come for the launching event of the Guidelines on Adequate Procedures pursuant to subsection 5 of Section 17A under the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2009. The objective of these guidelines is to assist commercial organizations in preventing the occurrence of corrupt practices in relation to their business activities. We would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Kassim, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Wan Aziza, His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Fatais Al-Mari, and Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Muhammad Shukri bin Abdul to accompany Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamed to launch the Guidelines on Adequate Procedures. Thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamed. We would like to invite Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamed, accompanied by the distinguished guests and winners, to step outside the auditorium to sign the plaques to commemorate today's event. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's events. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank each and every one present today for making this seminar a successful one. Before you make your way home, you may collect the guideline on etiquette procedures booklet at the counter outside this auditorium. With this, we would like to thank everyone for coming and have a safe journey home.